Ladies and gentlemen, hack, hack, cough. Oh, I should have made fun. Ah. Excuse me. Diablo 1. It's a bit of a Diablo mood going on right now. We've got the D4 beta, which of course I'm not playing. Why would I go play a beta? I don't have time for that. And we also have, I believe, a rewrite, the first rewrite, the very, very first rewrite. The Diablo rewrite's going to be going live soon. So that's cool. That's cool. Everything about that's cool. So I figured this is a good time for it, right? This is a good time. Before I go forward, I do want to say shout-outs and thank you. This is funny because this series of runs, D1, D2, and D3, is part of why we decided to condense games into blocks. Because these were all funded completely separately by completely separate people, and it's just like... So, shout-outs and thank you to Reldon Lurks at Work, Loner, Frieza, Faded Kirby, H. Markley, Lore Reloaded, Indiana Joe, Peznator, Justin T. 1977, Duralis, Polykas Jalou, Octog, Narset, Scruffy Lookin', Ciela, Catalin Cormendi, Oculus, Savacom, Javan, Dame Celeste, Bragwin, Andiddy, Alchemist, Jesse's Mask, Lateralisk, Shikor, Melkor Blade, it's actually Lateralis, I don't know why I said sk, Alex Korbianiki, Shishki, Jesse Ward, Fringe Philosopher, Camper Darby, Tizara, S.A. Ross, Etree, and of course, our majority shareholder, and the person who put this on the list, Mr. Red. Now, I don't mean to sound all negative like Mr. Red, but sensing a trend with these terrible, terrible games you keep putting on the list, so hopefully this will live down to your expectations. Now, before we move forward, use T1 footage. No! Also, the rewrite's done. There's nothing else to be done for it. So, for the Diablo rewrite's done. Yeah, so, welcome to Diablo 1. I want to ask you something. This is a legitimate question, okay? How many of you, that's very true, Blade Travolta, how many of you have played Diablo 1 in chat? Obviously, I did a lore run of it, but I also used to play it back in the day with my friend Rob. I'm pretty sure I talked about that during the lore run. Now, let me go ahead and say this really quick. This game is weirdly accessible. We'll talk about that in just a minute. So it's easy to get a hold of and easy to play if you happen to want to. I do not recommend it. Diablo 1 sucks. Good for the history. Like, it's an important game, historically speaking. Ignoring the fact that it was one of the pillars of Blizzard back in the day. In fact, it was one of the reasons Blizzard became Blizzard back in the day, along with Warcraft 2 and StarCraft. That was the big three. Arguably still is. But anyways, so yeah. So important historically, not a great game. I could name a lot of games like that. But the reason I mention it, for those of you who played the game back in the day, does this look familiar? Like, is this something that you look at and be like, oh yeah, no, this is exactly how it looked. And, right, like this just very familiar, very present. The music's obvious, you know exactly where you're at. Yeah, so this isn't Diablo 1. This is Beelzebub, which is the version we played for the lore run. No. This is Diablo 1. It's also loud. Turn that down a little bit. Probably turn that down a bit too. Yeah, so I wanted to show you that side by side, and because I am just as guilty of this as other people are. We tend to have slightly different memories of how things looked and felt than what they actually were. That's because memory is an imprecise thing. My personal recent example of that would be Metroid Prime. So, some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that Metroid Prime recently received a remaster, a good remaster, no less. So, that's awesome. But when I was watching the announcement video of the Metroid Prime remaster, my first thought was, did they do anything? It doesn't look like they changed anything. Then I loaded up actual Metroid Prime 1. It's a big difference. It's a huge difference. I can name another example of that before I move forward. Ocarina of Time. I think I've told this story. We were at work, Gary and I, and we had fired up the 3DS, and we're sitting there with the 3DS version of Ocarina. Just come out like that week. And we're sitting there like, yeah, this is cool, and I'm like, doesn't look all that different. Gary's like, yeah, it doesn't really look all that different. So we pulled up a video, and that didn't work. So we pulled up an emulator, and I own Ocarina like 3 times. I'm not ashamed here. We pulled up an emulator and fired up the N64 version of Ocarina, and we physically had the 3DS version right next to it. It didn't look like that. This is honestly one of the less bad versions of that, but ironically, we'll be talking about that when it comes to D2 as well. Now, one moment, every time I Alt-Tab, it's going to go mute. There's nothing I can do about that. Because, oh my god, because of how this is. Hang on. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Okay. Can I do it over here? Oh, wow. I can't do it over here at all. There we go. Kind of. Hang on. Give me a second. Nope. Okay. Hang on. So let me move this down here, and then let me try to grab this. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, so I can't move the window properly. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so we need to... Oh, wow. All right, hang on. Give me a minute. I can make this work. It's just I wasn't prepared for the fact that I couldn't move the window all the way across. Like, every time I grab it, it jumps left a little bit off the screen, off the monitor. Thank you, Narset. Always appreciate. Yeah, it's exactly. Ultimate boss fight. Getting it working. I should probably mention that this is a mostly functional, mostly no issues version of the game, which I want to mention because you cannot get it on Battle.net. Or maybe you can, and I just don't know the hoops to jump through. No, this is from GOG. Good old games. So for anyone wondering, if you somehow, for some reason, are a fringe philosopher and are impatient, then what I want you to do is I want you to go to GOG and buy Diablo 1 there, because that's where you can get it. Thank you, fringe philosopher. Always appreciate. You didn't put it towards anything, though, so I'm afraid death. Alright, so now that fringe philosopher is dead. Yeah, like 3 months ago, Warp Core. So, first thing I want to talk about here is this song. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way. This is the iconic Diablo song, right? And, if you don't like it, that's okay. That's understandable. That's acceptable. It's one of the only songs in Diablo 1. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, oh, so, like, there's no music. No. There's what I would loosely call atmospheric tracks, which play. Trust me, I've heard him a lot. But also, I've been working with him lately as I get the music set up for the Diablo rewrite. So yeah, there's a whole lot of boom, 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 boom. Like just barely music, no melody, no harmony, just background noise kind of music. A lot of stuff like that, right? So enjoy this, because the moment we go down to the dungeon, it's going away. Now.
I don't have a spell ready.
Okay. Can I move? I can move! I can move! Oh my god, I have a mouse! Okay. Now, before I move any further, thank you, Mr. Nuclear. Always. I will put that towards Darkest Dungeon, and as a reminder, you could put that towards up to 2 additional things with no cost if you want to. Move my mouse back. There it is, there it is. Okay, so. Where do I begin? Alright, so you can't properly navigate this with the mouse. You have to use the keyboard, so that's cool. We can save. We're going to go and do that. Yeah, let's go ahead and show you the title screen here really quick. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Let me pull up GOG again. I'll go ahead and put this here. I'm not going to give you a whole bunch of behind-the-scenes and lore stuff, and you know why? Because this is not a capital L lore run. Those are the purview of capital L lore runs. Some people ask me, what's the difference between a lowercase lore run capital L lore run? The difference is a lot of work. Like seriously, a lot of work. And now the window moved on me again. So that's cool. We're going to just kind of live with this over here. There we go. There we go. Battle.net. D1 isn't available through Battle.net. No, I bought this on GOG. So. Reminder. This used to be so far ahead of the curve in terms of CGI that this was better than what most movies and professional production companies were doing at the time. That's not a joke. It does, Mr. Red. Unironically. No. So, well, I lied, Mike Kamano. So, I'm sure that's indicative of something. I'm not sure what. It's a lot of, it's, let's be honest. And let's be very honest about this. Diablo 1 is very juvenile. That. Yeah, exactly. It's got the edge. The edge! Seriously, I think I talked about this during the lore run. If you read the manual, or if you look at the visuals, or just the style, it's very, very clearly... It's very clearly designed and built around the concept of being edgy, super edge, yeah, yeah. Oh my god, bleeding on my thing, yeah. It's death metal, gore, nudity, corruption, death, doom. Everything's awful. Everything sucks. It's designed. Yeah, it was built in the 90s. It was designed to be like a death metal cover band, or not a band. Sorry, just like the image on the cover of a death metal album, and that's it. And that's Diablo 1. I remember this is true. I remember. I'm pretty sure I talked about this during the lore run. I'm gonna say that a lot. I remember my mother being extraordinarily upset that I was playing this and the sequel. Just livid at the idea. Of course, she doesn't like me playing video games in general. Like, she wasn't happy with me playing Mega Man, which, let's be honest, is about as tame as it gets. The background lore, and then they were tortured horrifically until their eyeballs split. Yeah, no, it's just that edgy. In D1, Ganas, not in the future. A lot of coughing today, as I already mentioned. God of War 4, God of War 5, and they died! They died screaming in horrific, endless agony and pain, because dude, no, it's bad, it's bad. Oh, Talia, I thought you forgot. You can put that turns up to 2 more things, yada yada yada. Thank you very much. Doom was always seen as edgy. Probably because it wasn't as bad as what we're about to play. It wasn't as bad as a lot of other stuff in the 90s, but yeah, no, Doom was an edgy game. It just also happened to be a good game. Let's see here. That was towards Urquan. Quan Masters. All right. So, new character, right? So we can be one of these people. It barely matters. Like, it barely matters. So we're just gonna make a warrior. We'll be Canon. We'll be Aiden. So game starts. You're just standing here by a hut. Now, I don't mean to immediately get into how bad this game is. So let's look at our interface. That is to say, our HUD. So we've already got, like, maybe I should actually pull out my measuring thing. Because this HUD, I swear, is a solid, that's at least 25% of the screen being eaten up by the HUD. That's not great. And I want to say, to be very clear, it is completely taken up by the HUD. There's nothing under this, right? There's no seeing under it. There's just the eternal HUD, which covers everything. Now, can I just go ahead and say, this was actually really, yeah, please do Plutonic, because that's a big chunk. That's gotta be a bit, at least 25%, maybe 20, I don't know. It's not a third. It's not a third. So this was normal. Back in the day, large HUDs were very, very common. Look at a screenshot of any of the old Wizardry games, or Might and Magic, or Baldur's Gate, you know. Huge HUDs were just the norm. We all just kind of put up with it because it was the norm. Doesn't make it good. I'm just pointing it out. I'm just making the point. Oh, Jesus. And, of course, we have once again lost the bot's usage, because, of course, we have. I love the fact that the bot continues to break. That's so wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Streamlabs, for constantly breaking your freaking bot. It's the only reason I use you. Actually, it's one of 3 reasons I use you. No, I know, Talia. I know. The HUD was there. I should hire ChatGPT. That's a great idea. I can't think of a worse idea than that. Wait, yes I can. Mr. Red, you're the bot now. Alright, so we're just gonna turn it off. I never figured out what made it work last time, so we're just gonna turn it off. I'm gonna turn it back on, and it's gonna work. It's just gonna magically work. It's gonna be fantastic. Okay. By the way, Question Man was live most of the week during the short dark. I got exactly 0 questions during that period of time, probably because nobody knew that it was up, but I'm just mentioning it because I'm going to try to start doing that going forwards. I'm not going to leave it on while I'm asleep because I turn my computer off while I'm asleep, but going forwards, I'm going to try to just leave the question bot on so that people can put in off-camera questions there. That'll be tying into the Q&A stream thing, which we'll do after we finish Diablo. Anyways, stupid bot. All right, so what the hell? What is this donation? What's the donation? I tell all of that just to try to fix the bot. The donation's not even there. Thank you, Shadow Machine. I'm pretty sure I saw it was Shadow Machine. I love this silence. I love games that pause when you alt-tab them without that being an option. It's great. There's so few options in this game. There are so few options in this game. It's fantastic. So that's going towards 3 shows. Sweet! Thank you, Mr. Red. Who's it from and what'd they put it towards? I should probably warn you, Shadow Machine, that, I guess warn is the right word. I'm gonna dump Dealer's Choice on Book of Boba Fett and Bad Batch and Andor. Just so you know. Anyways, we're gonna have like 2 years of streaminations lined up. It's gonna be great. All right, so options. Here, let's look at our options. This is great. Check it out. We can change the music volume, the sound volume, the gamma. That's base. That's it. That's our options. Those are our options. Cool. Okay, so I don't have a mouse. Where's my mouse? Oh, there's my mouse. There's my mouse. Woo. Okay. Okay, so we have our character screen. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. We don't have proper tunneling. We don't have proper tunneling. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, what do I think of the Diablo series overall? D1 sucks. D2, we'll get to it. D3 is one of the best games ever made. Was it hard knowing I finally finished all the Star Trek Ruminations? No. Hard isn't the word I'd use. Eluberant is a good word, like enjoyful, something like that. Okay, real talk. God damn it! Thank you, Justin. Always appreciate. Give me a moment. Diablo Immortal is garbage. It is gutter trash. I spit on Diablo Immortal. I cannot, in English, explain how much I hate that game. How much it is the actual embodiment of everything wrong with the world. And I mean that from a sincere perspective. It is gutter trash. %27.04%. Wow. Is it worse than FF14 1.0? No. However, is it a more objectionable game? Is it worse from a real life perspective? Yes. Yes, Diablo Immortal would invade Ukraine. No, that's not even doing it. And Andor. You got it, Justin. Thank you. Oh my god. I'm never okay. Okay, we're gonna Thank you, Trafin. Always appreciate those subs. I will put that towards Dealer's Choice. Thank you. You can have fun playing Diablo Immortal all you want to, Linear. We've already talked about that. I don't spit on you. First of all, you'd like that too much. But second of all, look, if I had a punching bag, this is not a joke, I would get out a piece of paper and write Diablo Immortal on it and tape it to the punching bag. And I would just go to town. It would just be part of the experience, like, because I'm just doing it for exercise, right? But it would add some catharsis to the thing. The fact that I'm knocking the crap out of it, and I'd have a stack of sheets of paper. Put up a new one, bam, bam. Thank you, Sildear. Always appreciate, and I will put that towards Dealer's Choice. See, I knew if I delayed a little bit, I wouldn't get interrupted. Thank you, Sildear. Okay, so I'm not going to get interrupted. It's great. There's no more donations, ever. So, the game doesn't start great. The intro cinematic is bad. High fidelity for the time, and surprisingly well directed, even, you know, within regards of the modern perspective. But doesn't mean anything. Doesn't portray anything. Frankly, not even as good as some of the, the StarCraft stuff, for example. Oh my god! Let me try to remind you of the StarCraft vanilla opening cinematic for just a second. The StarCraft vanilla opening cinematic is, yes it is, Starscream, is just, it's indicative and evocative of the world. It's not really directly relevant to the plot, but that's actually a good thing. It doesn't spoil anything, other than the fact that aliens be here, yo. Like, that's it as far as spoilers. It's just a couple people, and they're out, and they're doing some you know, some salvage. And this is weird. This salvage is kind of strange. I don't know why it's so weird. Huh. Oh my god. Well, I'm just going to talk about da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god, what is that? And then they're all killed by a Protoss ship. Excuse me, so let's say this correctly. From the perspective of someone who's never heard of the series before, they're killed by some alien ship. And then, cut to title. And it's very indicative of the tone, of the world, of the setting, and of what we're getting into. It is a good intro, despite being old and being, you know, kind of jank and having some issues with animation. It's still a good intro. Diablo 1, not so much. Like, I get it, and I understand completely, given how much time I've spent lately, in the past few months, ripping my hair out trying to figure out how to visually present something, because trying to visually present something good is so hard to do. So I get it, but look at the Diablo 1 intro for a second. Yeah, we'll just play it. We'll just go. We'll just do this. Can I... Hey, there we go. Okay, so it's just watch this for a second. This screen takes up like 30%, possibly more, of this entire intro. This very slow pan in on this stupid sword shoved into this stupid, I don't even know what it is. I guess it's supposed to be a pile of corpses. I don't know. Like the tricks they use to try and save money on animation, the efforts at gross value. Like, the only thing we're getting from this is a degree of tone, which is funny, because D1 doesn't really have a tone. Water break. This is, let's call this what this is, because, and I don't necessarily mean this as an unkindness, this is a tech demo. Did someone kill the question bot? I'll fix it in a minute. This is a tech demo. This is people playing with, I forget what it was called, they actually had a name for it, but this is people playing with their CGI thing, right? Oh yeah, this is definitely getting the first game tag, absolutely. And yeah, Takoda's right, there's the only thing that this gets across is nightmare. Like, even specifics, like we zoom in on a hand which is being dangled from the thing, there's a sarcophagus which has like some energy coming out of it, there's red eyes peeking at you from the dark. Back to the sword, which glows for no reason. Oh my god! And then loud stuff's happening. Angles, cameras, don't know what's going on. Monsters. And then Diablo is like, hey, what's up? And that's it. Now, that's fine. I'm not going to give that a negative, but it's not good, and I'm not going to give it a positive. Now, I got more donations than all that, so thank you, Jordan. Always appreciate, very much obliged. And I'm putting that towards Dragon Quest V, I think? Hang on, I think so. Scroll up a little bit. Yes, Dragon Quest V. As a reminder, you can put that towards up to 2 additional things if you want to, without cost. Please let me know. Otherwise, thank you. Oh, that's another thing. You know the best part about Diablo 1? If you, don't play this, you miss nothing. I know I can say that about several franchises, but it's very true here. You miss out absolutely nothing for not playing this game. Thank you, G. Cormos, for the subs. Always and ever appreciate. Yeah, it's like Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2. They'll get referenced a couple of times, but in a way that explains what they are. In fact, frankly, later on there will be stuff that explains the events of Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, and Diablo 1 better than the games themselves did. And Diddy, you donated $100 for just Spiritfarer. So if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, you're more than welcome to. But yes, I did get it. I also got a donation from Warpcore and a donation from Orion. And that's actually it. But yes, I did get all of those donations. So, not a good opening cinematic, but I've seen worse. Now we have the HUD. So obviously the HUD... the HUD. What? Oh my god. Okay, Oreo. I sure. I don't hear anything explaining like what exactly it's getting across in a vague manner. But I'll acquiesce that we can disagree because disagreement is the spice of life. So anyways, HUD. Now, as much as I don't like how much the HUD takes up, and I absolutely don't, and it's probably going to be a negative, the HUD design itself is nevertheless something that I actually have to give praise for, and is probably one of the reasons why... Oh, right, I need to make sure the question bot. What are you doing, question bot? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're completely locked up. Someone completely broke the question bot. Who did it? Nobody knows. Nobody knows who killed the question bot. Somebody killed the question bot. There, okay. Moving on. This is probably indicative of the kind of design that we would eventually see from these developers going forwards for the next 20-some-odd years. Because there is some good at-a-glance, and you know how important at-a-glance is to me, especially in a game where there's no pausing, there's no turn-based. So you're supposed to be able to see what you need to see very quickly and very efficiently, right? In a turn-based game, having a bad HUD is a little bit more acceptable because you could pause and be like, okay, where's my health? Or you could just wait because it's your turn and look for your health. You need to be able to see your health like that. So nice big red orb, nice big blue orb. Cool, I'm actually with that. We've also got... come on, give me my mouse back. There it is. We've also got potions. Very obvious. 1 key, very obvious. 2 key, very obvious. The rest of it is pretty indicative. Car. Nobody knew what car meant back in the day. Quests is indicative. Map. Menu. Inv. Spells. And if you don't know what car means, you can click car. And if you don't know what inv means, you can pick inv. Now we understand. Okay, so actually some pretty decent at-a-glance. Positive to HUD. By the way, if you don't want to hear me bashing this game, I strongly recommend not watching this stream. I'm just going to be real about that. This game sucks. Alright, so. Now. It's actually got... So it doesn't actually have... This is fantastic. It doesn't have proper mouse over, but it does have mouse over, which I find absolutely hysterical for a game from the 90s, from the mid-90s. Because it's got that little black square in the middle bottom. Potion of healing, partial recover life, right-click to use. Surprisingly informative. It's not as much information as I would love to have there. It's not really like as much information as the later games would have. But for the idea, like, for that kind of information, that's surprisingly good. Because that's all you really need to know. We've also... I need to rebind something. Oh, wait, I can't, because rebinding doesn't exist in this game. So, anyways, whatever. Gold pieces, club, damage, durability. Durability usually sucks. We'll see how it sucks in this one. Required, that's the big thing I was looking at right there. Required 18 strength. Okay, what's our strength at? Well, our strength happens to be 30. We're good on that. Don't know why it's red. Is whatever. This screen is actually... Oh yeah, by the way, this is the other format. The D1 and D2 both kind of follow this format. A lot of older PC games did this. In fact, a strategy game I can think of, Rebellion, did the same thing. Where you'd pull up a menu, and a menu could take up the left screen or the right screen. So, in this case, if you have both up, the game's still running in the background. The game's still going. But anyways, let me just kind of see. It also kind of adjusts the camera based on it, as you can see there. So, level, experience, next level, all fairly indicative. Gold, duh, which is funny that it's actually theirs twice. Armor class to hit. Oh, jeez. Hit chance. That's, speaking of Morrowind, hit chance, damage we do are resistance to magic, fire, and lightning, our current life, our current mana. Points to distribute, we'll get there later. And of course, strength, magic, dexterity, and vitality. But also, I don't remember. Nope, okay. Looks like there's no mouse overs for any of this. Bit of a shame. That's okay. But we'll go ahead and live with that. We've also got quests, which is exactly what it sounds like. We've got the map, which we'll get to. And spells, which we'll get to there too. And that's kind of it, actually. Excuse me. Oh yeah, they've also got base and now. Which is something that we'll talk about more in a minute. But nevertheless, surprisingly informative and helpful. If I don't want to say that the interface is good, because it's not, but it's clear that thought was put into it, which I appreciate, if that makes any kind of sense. Um, hang on one moment, because Ann Diddy wanted to split up their donation right here. And by split up, I mean, of course, not split up, towards SteamWorld block and the Homeworld block. You got it. I'm looking forward to both of those, actually. Okay, I think that's actually it. So, intro. We're always big on intros. Yay! Actually, before we get to intros, I have to mention something. Because this is something that I am really big on and I bang on about constantly. Sprite work. And brickwork, in this case. Lateralis is here. Hello, Lateralis. Thank you always. Much appreciate. If you know where you want to put that, please, as always, let me know. Thank you. Surprisingly good brickwork for the time. This is actually, like, I know that we went off for literally 20 minutes about grass tiles. I want you to do me a favor and look at that grass tile for just a second. It seems so simple, yet I really want you to zoom in a bit. It's okay, we're super zoomed in so you can see it. But it's got little speckles of additional color and gradient that help the tint of it. So instead of just being green grass, we've got at least 4 shades of green that I can see right off the top of my head. And little specks of dirt in there. Same color, you can see my mouse, right? Yep, okay, same color of dirt as we've got for the actual dirt visible over here and visible on the path. So there's little specks of dirt there so you can get the impression of the grass being over the dirt. Surprisingly well designed. Similarly, we do have some, we have a little bit of interesting layering when it comes to the visuals. That's something they'll fix in the next game. But under certain circumstances, there is a bit of transparency and layering to stuff. That D4, you got it. That's a game that not a lot of money's been put towards. You got it. So, trees. Again, surprisingly well designed. Nice little leaves here. Someone spent a lot of time on some of this stuff. Of course, some of this is literally things that they painted in like a CGI claymation look. This is really common back in the day. And then just kind of took pictures of and imported them into pixels. But we can see little bits of light coming in from the door. Very dark, of course. Extremely dark. Because the D series is always super dark until we get to D3. We'll talk about when we get there. All right. Now, all of that's cool. Then we get to the plastic blocks here. Now, each of these plastic little blocks probably bothers me more than it should. There's actually quite a few of them. If I was to use the other version, which zooms out quite a bit. No, it totally does. Classic Game Lover. You would see that those plastic blocks, I know they're supposed to be rocks, go out quite a ways. That's supposed to indicate how, the edge of town. They could have done invisible walls. They could have done a literal wall. They decided to go with these. God, I can't even reach the upper right part of the map! God damn it! Okay, there we go. So as we can see, thank you, game. More plastic blocks, but we've actually got a literal wall up here. Got some cows, very important. There's a crypt. I don't know what that's all about. That's weird. Bit of a graveyard going on. This is a good time as I need to mention the walking speed. We'll come back to the walking speed. Anyways, you could see how it's like it or not. I'm still in positive land because there's implications of the fact that this is more than just the extremely microscopic area it really is. If not for the slow walk speed, you would understand how incredibly small this town is. It's like 4 buildings. This is smaller than not even than my apartment complex, than the block that my apartment is in. But yes, the church has red light. That's cool. No, we're not going to hack the walking speed. This is a review, Lune Ruth. We are reviewing the game, not the game modded. Similar kind of look with the next. Whoop, 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 whoop. And here's the center of town. Got our NPCs there. I don't know who that loser is. We'll talk about him later. Yeah, there's some math that goes into why left and right is faster. It's because this game actually functions on a grid. Like you can't physically see it, but you can kind of see where the grid is if you interact with it properly. So, anyways, yeah, plot. Gotta avoid the plot. Gotta avoid the plot. Don't want the plot yet. Hey, there's the entrance to the caves, I believe. God, it's been a while. So yeah, we're gonna just shuffle our way back over here, giving you a little bit of a tour. As the gradient review system is designed to do, I do think this is surprisingly good visuals, considering the fact that, well, I mean, look at it. But no, I mean that. Like, it's very basic, but they do actually have some legitimately good sprite work on display. So we're going to go ahead and not give a positive to the walking animation. Thank you, Loner. Always appreciate it. I'll put that towards StarCraft. Nobody likes StarCraft. And me finding my notes. That's going to be the hard part right there, is actually finding those things. They're here somewhere. 8 buildings! Wow, that's honestly more than I thought it was. 665. There we go. StarCraft. Planescape. Torment. Another claymation-looking game. And the BRPG block. You got it. That's a good question, Jordan. That actually is a good question. Where's my mouse? There we are. The animation isn't good, is what I'm going to say about that. Like, actually looking at that very carefully and specifically, we got 3 frames. And there's a bit of wonkiness in how they chain to each other, which is actually a very common amateur mistake. I should know. I've made it. That is a mistake I have made when I first started learning how to animate sprite work properly, and yeah, that's just kind of whatever. But anyways, we're gonna ignore that for a second. I don't think the walk animation is negative or that's a little bit too nitpicky. I think there are many more things we could complain about with regards to walking. So let's jot down. We're just gonna do like a general, very general brickwork positive, probably just the one, or you know, some of the good sprite work we got going on, little lighting stuff, you know, stuff like that. So let's talk to everybody.
Kind of fellow drinking peace? I like Pepper. He really tries, you know. Listen here, you should make sure you get to know him. Good fellow like that with people always wanting help. Hey, I guess that'd be kind of like you, hero. I was a hero too, you know.
So we're probably going to give a plus to voice acting because it's a Blizzard game. As a reminder, Blizzard has been on the forefront, I feel like I just said this, of voice acting in video games kind of since it came out.
I like Pepper.
Okay, so back out. A negative for walking speed is nitpicky. Alright, I know you and I agree on absolutely nothing, Blue Wolf Alex, but you gotta explain that one. How is this not a negative? Okay, I got to the vendor I was trying to reach.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Oh, my dagger slipped, and she's dead.
There is much about the future we cannot see, but when it comes, it will be the children who wield it. The boy Word has a blackness upon his soul, but he poses no threat to the town or its people. His secretive dealings with the urchins and unspoken guilds of nearby towns gain him access to many devices that cannot be easily found in Tristram. While his methods may be reproachful, Word can provide assistance for your battle against the encroaching darkness.
Because I've played this game, Linnea. So, hey, we could buy some stuff. Potion of mana, potion of full mana, scroll town, rejuvenation, scroll healing, bunch of stuff we can't afford. So I'm trying to remember, I'm pretty sure reds are can't equips or can't uses, and blues are magic items. I might be misremembering, forgive me. But either way, as you can see, all of this is extraordinarily out of our price range. You'll also notice that Adria here has a very strong tendency to be voiced by Evo, first of all, but second of all, to be, I don't want to say useless, because actually I would go so far as to say that she's effectively mandatory, but she overcharges to hell and back. Like, God, money sink. She also is where we can recharge stuff. We'll talk about that later. And where we can sell some stuff. We'll talk about that later. Obviously, most of this is still keyboard-driven menus. Now we got to go talk to the next vendor.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Damn it, Adria. Thank you, Amelia Clark's eyebrows. Always appreciate it. Let's not spoil future games, shall we? I mean, we don't even do that during a lore run. It's nowadays. We haven't done that in 8 years at this point. We can talk about how Diablo Immortal is the devil. If you want to put that towards anything Amelia Clark's eyebrows, please let me know. That's technically true, yes, Lunaru. Doesn't matter and has no significance or relevance, and like you have to consider cost versus value, Lunaru. So let me use a hypothetical situation. This is made up, of course. Let's say there's a game called the Tea Brothers, okay? It's all about finding different cups of tea and drinking them, and it's cool. So let's say that you go and they make T1 and T2 and then T3. Now T3 is a really good game. T2 is okay, but T1 kind of sucks. However, T1 does have a story, but T1 also, while you're playing it, periodically someone walks into your house and just punches you right in the balls while you're playing the game, okay? Very made up situation. So, there is story there. There is content there. Is it really worth putting up with the game to access the content? Cost versus value, right?
Oh, Gillian is a nice lass. Shame that her Gamma is in such poor health. Or I would arrange to get both of them out of here on one of the trading caravans.
So we can buy basic items, which is exactly what it sounds like. Or we can buy premium items, which is exactly what it sounds like. Now, once again, we haven't really gotten to the point of mouse over, but you'll notice how they continue to bother to have the ideas of mouse over design here in this, because it says right there, that's +1 to dexterity, that requires 17 strength, has this much durability, has this much damage, has this much magic. It's not actually a mouse over, but it's approaching a mouse over, which, the reason I bring this up, excuse me, the reason I bring this up is normally this kind of a menu in a game from this era would almost assuredly be a negative. But it's not. Because of the fact that they bothered to come up with a way to get across the information there. It's not a positive, because it's still kind of crap, but it is not a negative. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? There, hey! Yeah, exactly, Blade Turval. And a lot of older games I can mention, including some we have reviewed and will review. You look at an item and it's like, oh, as far as what it does. We'll talk to him last. Let's talk to her. Nope, sorry, him.
Thank goodness you returned. Much has changed since you lived here, my friend. All was peaceful until the Dark Riders came and destroyed our village. Many were cut down where they stood, and those who took up arms were slain or dragged away to become slaves, or worse. The church at the edge of town has been desecrated and is being used for dark rituals. The screams that echo in the night are inhuman, but some of our townsfolk may yet survive. Follow the path that lies between my tavern and the blacksmith's shop to find the church and save who you can. Perhaps I can tell you more if we speak again. Good luck.
Oh yeah, and for the sake of posterity, yes, this game was on the PlayStation 1. No, I've never played it. I have no idea if it was any good or not. Thank you, Diesel Edge, always. I will jot that down. Or dealer's choice by doing this thing that I'm doing right now. Maybe I should just have the song up so I can be playing it while I alt-tab. I don't know. Okay. Mouse. Hey, there it is.
What ails you, my friend? Cain is a true friend and a wise sage. He maintains a vast library and has an innate ability to discern the true nature of many things. If you ever have any questions, he is the person to go to.
So we can receive healing, which is free, I believe. Buy items, which of course is mostly potions. And that's it.
Good day. How may I serve you? Our blacksmith is a point of pride to the people of Tristram. Not only is he a master craftsman who has won many contests within his guild, but he received praises from our King Leoric himself. May his soul rest in peace. Griswold is also a great hero. Just ask Cain.
Timing on some of these is a little bit different and weird, because all of it's manual. It's okay, we won't meet Marius until we get to Diablo 2. So, they're speaking of which. So, we'll talk to Cain last, but some of you know that Cain has a little bit of the Sean Connery thing. The what of the what letterless? It would be worse to live in Warhammer by a large margin. There's not really an afterlife in the Diablo setting, among other things. So, lost my train of thought. Sean Connery impression. During the casting for the Diablo rewrite, one of the things that I pushed against extraordinarily hard was I insisted that nobody do a Sean Connery impression when casting for Cain. Because, first of all, because it's a dumb meme, but second of all, because it would completely ruin any chance of anybody taking the Diablo rewrite seriously. It is such a well-known joke that has permeated cultural consciousness that it actually continuing forward and paying homage to that would ruin the entire work, especially for the character who has the most lines in the entire thing. So, Wirt.
Psst, over here.
As I think I've mentioned several times, one of the reasons they killed Wirt in Diablo 2, spoilers, is the fact that everybody hated him.
Not everyone in Tristram has a use or a market for everything you'll find in the labyrinth. Not even me, as hard as that is to believe. Sometimes only you will be able to find a purpose for some things.
So, 900 gold for a +2 to magic bow, which is a 1 to 4 damage, which is as low as it can be, with low durability. Doesn't require anything, though. Yeah, thanks, Wirt. I forget who does that. It's a woman who voices Wirt. I just forget who. So, really quick thing I want to point out, because this doesn't matter in town, really. You see my mouse over here, right? So you click, and you move to. Cool, that's cool. And you can also hold down mouse in order to kind of direct. Pretty normal. And, as is pretty normal for a game that came out in the 90s, if I click on the other side of an obstacle, it has absolutely no idea what to do with it. It just freaks out and does nothing. Oh, jeez. Yeah, there's going to be some navigation things in this game, especially because the actual dungeons are semi-random. We'll talk about the randomness later. Just trying to do sideways movement as much as possible here. This way.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
So he can, of course, identify an item, which we don't care about right now, but
I know of many myths and legends that may contain answers to questions that may arise in your journeys into the labyrinth. If you come across challenges and questions to which you seek knowledge, seek me out, and I will tell you what I can.
yeah, spoilers. The Diablo rewrite Cain sounds absolutely nothing like that. Just So that's everyone in town. But, if you were paying attention, we did get 2 hints of where to go and what to do, and the biggest one was, of course, Ogden. I find it vaguely amusing that the tavern owner is the one who gives us the hint, but whatever. So now we head up here. We already know where the cathedral is, because A, we played this game before, and B, we were exploring earlier. Also, you'll notice there's a path to it. It's one of the only paths in the entire town. Oh my god, there's a bloody person! Now, okay. I'm going to go ahead and pause here for just a second. Not super impressed so far. The town is weirdly too large for how slow it is to navigate, and not super well laid out. The most important and valuable NPC is way over here. Actually, if you really want to boil it down, just break it down to a purely gameplay perspective, we've got important NPC, important NPC, important NPC, and then areas where we'll interact with the dungeons. You'll notice that's a huge spread. Like, they really wanted you to wander around town. So, not the best hub design. We'll talk about that in just a minute, Mr. Nuclear. There's my mouse. Okay, so, having said all that, not a big impressed, but not a big impressed. Not very impressed, not a big first impression, but you talk to Ogden. It's pretty easy to talk to Ogden. There's a path that leads up here. It's also one of the only places to go. And when you walk in, there's this dude who's just like, ugh. And I'm only pointing this out because most of the NPCs are, it's got that, I don't want to say problem, but it's got that thing where you automatically know exactly what the thing is you can interact with. Because this tree over here looks like it's part of the background. Because it is. This guy looks like someone you can interact with because he isn't. That is, he isn't part of the background, right? There's going to be a lot of that where it's really easy to look at what you're supposed to click because it's very clear that it's on a completely separate layer. Either way, also, mouse over.
Please, listen to me. The Archbishop Lazarus. He led us down here to find the lost prince. The bastard led us into a trap. Now everyone is dead, killed by a demon he called the Butcher. Avenge us! Find this Butcher and slay him, so that our souls may finally rest.
Well, this guy doesn't exist in the Diablo Rewrite, Grey Widow. But then again, neither does the Butcher. It is Avion, because, you know, style. So, there's the dungeon, and we can see... Oh yeah, we can also...
Your death will be avenged.
Yeah.
Your death will be avenged.
And we could do that forever. I wasn't going to do the Carbot thing. However, small little touch. Notice that he stopped animating. Cool. The impression isn't done very well, but the impression here is that he managed to crawl his way out of the dungeon and then fell and died of his wounds right here. So, okay, cool. I'm with it. So, this is a good time to mention. How many bosses do you think are in this game?
This place has been fouled.
Yes, the walk speed is the same in-game. 5? 7? 3. Or 4, technically. Sorry, excuse me. 4. Oh, right, sorry. Now, this is going to be a weird thing to comment on. But I actually like the minimap in this gun. Then again, I like it in D2 as well. But the reason I like the minimap here is that it's informative. It's not very well designed visually. It's not interesting or indicative, or sorry, it's not interesting or engaging or whatever. But what it is indicative. That's what I was trying to say. It is helpful, and it's not in the way. It's actually one of the better visually designed things in this entire game, in my opinion. They will obviously do a better job with this minimap concept in the future, but the very concept is something that I am in favor of. Look at it right there. The biggest thing that I like about it is us, our direction, walls, floor, doors. You can pretty much see exactly what you're looking at very quickly and efficiently. And of course you can, because the dungeons are extraordinarily basic. I don't mean that as an insult, I mean that as a statement of fact. There is not much to the dungeon design in this game other than floor, walls, doors, stairs. There are a couple of other little tidbits. We'll run into fences later on. That's actually kind of it, really. We'll run into fences later on. There'll be a couple of baubles in the way, stuff like that. So I am going to go ahead and jot down one positive for Minimap. However, oh, that's funny, Xavion. Go figure. Yeah, Max. It's also quickly toggleable like that. Good thing. The biggest problem with it, and it's probably pretty obvious to anybody who has functional eyebrows. Yes, eyebrows, not eyes. It's this part up here. Is the fact that... I can't talk this morning. I'm actually running on little sleep, too. Did I mention that? The biggest problem is the fact that it does actually cover the visibility. Oh, there we go. It does actually cover visibility in a bad way. In short, while you've got the minimap up, you're not looking at the game anymore. You're looking at the minimap. This is now how you navigate the game. You effectively have stopped looking at the game in order to be able to play the game. This is a problem D2 also has to varying degrees. Oh, yeah. Hang on, we're going to back off a little bit here. Grab some gold. Me. If we were playing a mage, we would have been dead right there. Holy crap. Yeah, exactly, Talia said. Like, all this visual stuff, it's gone. Because... So here's part of the problem. I don't mean to sound negative, but this game is really murky. Not dark, murky. It's actually not dark, weirdly enough. There's very low contrast in the visuals, and that's part of the problem. Like, look at that. Obviously, it's kind of emanating. There is actually a lighting engine, which generates different amounts of lights based on how many squares you are away from a light source. We ourselves generate a light source, which I believe there's items that increase in this game. Don't quote me on that. But the easiest way to see that is with the literal brazier right there, the torch. As we move away from it, you can see the lighting just kind of moving there, which is actually pretty cool. But makes it kind of hard to see what the hell you're doing, and this will be of varying degrees depending on which particular tier, I think is the word I'm going to use for that, we're at. Because the first tier, by memory, is by far one of the murkiest. I think you're right, Talia said. Yeah, it's really hard to loot like this. It's hard. So, okay. Can anyone tell me what the problem is with this screen right here? Now, if you've played this game before, you already know the answer. But if you haven't, you're looking at the screen thinking, huh? There's a grate there. Even when I'm squinting at it, I can barely see that grate. Now, of course, we pull up the map. Hey! And this is the other thing. Sorry, I actually meant to mention this earlier, but we didn't have any examples. You can see the hard interactables. That's the stuff that's highlighted in light yellow. But the non-interactables, that's the hard yellow, or the dark yellow, right? So, like, we can see that there's a grate right here because of the way that we've got that visibility. We've got this little square right there, right? There are options for gamma. However, for anybody who does not know, gamma has nothing to do with contrast. Or indeed visibility in general. All gamma does is increased brightness across the board. Now, door fights! So, for those of you who've played this game before, we're just going to nod at each other for a second. Yep, door fights. Okay, so, for those of you who don't, who haven't played this game before, a surprisingly valid strategy, whether this is a good or bad thing, that's up to you. But a surprisingly valid strategy in this game is to fight right in a doorway, and it either forces the enemy to funnel their way through in order to, not have to deal with a bunch of stuff at once, or you can prevent some bosses, not all, from actually accessing you at all by simply closing the door on their face over and over while you recover, or whatever. And yeah, of course, this has to do with the butcher. We'll get to that later. But anyways, We are going to go ahead and heal. Whoop, whoop, whoop. A little too easy to accidentally our way out there. There we go. We're cool. We're cool. There we go. Now, going back to that whole, this game is surprisingly well designed despite the fact that they didn't really know what they were doing yet, thing that I've said like 6 times already about 6 different aspects of gameplay. The outlines. The fact that I can outline an enemy and there's a nice, big, obvious red outline is probably one of the best visibility choices they made in the entire game. Back off. Oh, no, we're gonna get stun locked. Did I mention that taking damage interrupts everything? Now, that can be used to your advantage, which I just did. I can't believe I even pulled that off. Kind of like stutter stepping in StarCraft, if you're familiar with that. But it also means you can get stun locked to death. It's pretty annoying. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty annoying, especially since there's so little you can do about it. And throughout the whole game, really. Like, as your gear gets better and as you get better, it happens less. But then there's enemies that are specifically designed to attack quickly and take advantage of that mechanic. And it's just... die! And yes, we all know the actual best, and this is kind of an objective statement, the best class in this game is the mage, but anybody can be whatever at a certain point. Anyways, the other thing I want to point out, so their little light blue highlight for loot. And a very light yellow outline for interactables. I think we saw that earlier with a chest as well, which I'll try to find another one to show off. Just showing off some of the visibility stuff here. Yeah, there we go. Like that. See, sarcophagus. Boom. And there should be some loot in there, but I'm not sure I can actually mouse over because I can't see it right now. Oh, there we go. Skeleton tome. There we go. See? And stuff. So, outline. Good idea. Oh, and D2, see, the problem is D2 has the same stun lock, but the game is designed in a way so that the stun lock doesn't hit you as often, whereas I have encountered the stun lock in my 4th encounter in my 1st floor of having just started the game. In D2, you encounter the stun lock when you're in Act 2, and you're going through a tomb, and you found one of those mummy spawners, and it's just spawning mummies. There's just this wave of rotten flesh, and you're just trying to push through it, and then you die, and then you go back, and they're all there, and you're just trying to get to your corpse, and then you die. Look, I like D2, but D2 is neither a perfect game either. Yeah, spawners can lead to pulling the leave game, come back, move my corpse trick, which we'll talk about. Thank you, Sonashi, as always, for the sub. As usual, if you want to put that towards up to 2 more things, you can, but you do not have to. Yeah, another thing we'll talk about when we get to D2, there are objectively bad builds in D2, which is a balancing problem. There are some builds which are just not going to work. We'll also have to talk about the difficulty settings in D2, because the later difficulties also have the build problem. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Right now we're talking about visual distinction. So I do like the outline. I do like the minimap, as I already mentioned. Yeah, the no respec thing. Oh my god. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. I know D2 a lot better than D1. A lot of D1, I'm mostly going off of memory from the lore run, because I haven't actually played D1 proper, like fully, since I was in high school. I'm 41. You ever wonder why I talk like this? It's because I got it. I got the Diablo lung working in the Diablo mines back in the 90s. Anyways, so stun lock. So we're gonna jot down a stun lock question mark. No, I was actually born in Northern California, Talia, so guess that one. Yeah, I got the Diablo lung. Stun lock problem. We're gonna put a question mark by that. We'll see what we think of that as we go. Visibility, visual distinction is definitely a problem, and ironically also a good thing. Visual distinction is something they get right and wrong with the outline thing. Outlines. Yep, I left them mines before they made me soft. Hi, Alex. How hard is it to get in this style of game for someone who never grew up with it? Man, I don't know. That's a good question. Does anybody in chat, anybody ever actually play Diablo 1 like well after it came out? Like a long time after this was a thing? Because I don't know. I played this game when it came out with friends. I've told this story. You remember me telling the story about the Apocalypse staff in the lore run? Someone prove that you've heard that story and make me happy that you actually watched my stupid, dumb lore run. I shouldn't say that. It was actually one of my better lore runs, but still. It would make me happy that someone says, watched that and remembers that story. 20 months. And by 20 months, I mean 24 months. Thank you, Jesse Ward, very, very, very much. Always and ever appreciate. I will put that towards Batman. That's not Batman. Jesse Ward is not Batman. That we know. Yeah, the cheated item things. Oh my god. Thank you for 2 years of support, Jesse. Always appreciate. Yeah, so for those of you who weren't there, and I know we've got a bunch of viewers who weren't around back then, First thing. Oh my god. Here, have this staff. Okay, let's go fight Diablo. Okay. Sure. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my god. Hellfire. Hellfire, we talked about the Hellfire during the lore run. We're not playing Hellfire for the purposes of the review, by the way. I know we usually play all DLC/expansions for reviews. Hellfire is a weird asterisk, because it's an unofficial third-party expansion, which was the kind of thing that did happen, mostly in the 80s, actually, and occasionally on the 90s. But Hellfire was its own thing, and yet, again, I talk about this in much more detail in the lore run. I do want to give Hellfire some credit. It actually invented several concepts, which they then carried forward, into Diablo 2, the run button being the most obvious example. But I'm only bringing it up because since Hellfire is such a weird outlier and arguably isn't actually a part of Diablo, and literally is not canon, like it's been chopped off and thrown out to the wastes, we're not covering Hellfire. That's the reason, just letting you know. Anyways. Hang on, Zlartek, I'm going to look something up really quick just before I forget, because Zlartek secretly hates me. Let's see here. 84, you say? So that would be the Order episode. How is that? How is that episode not in... It is not. Wow, thank you for putting that out, Zlartek. I will fix that later. There we go. Okay, back to this. Okay, back to the game. Let's loot here. Let's loot. Oh, God! Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, we're okay. Oh, God, as long as we don't go in the door, we're okay. We're okay. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. We've leveled! Big, obvious indicator, and a thing we can click. Leveling also heals you. Ding heals are a thing in Blizzard games in general. So that's extremely helpful. No, to my knowledge, no holding down shift or tab or anything to see where stuff is on the ground. So you do this thing to see if there's any loot occasionally. Cool. Okay, let's go grab the skeleton tome. It's a scroll of identify. That's cool. Another little quality of life feature, which ironically is actually irritating but also useful, is how it will auto-equip. Wrong word. It will auto-hotkey consumables right here in your hotbars, just like we just did with that, so that's cool. Anyways, scroll up here. Oh my gosh, there's Gobos. Death to Gobos. And death to the living. Alright. We're good, we're good, we're good. We've almost completed, looks like 2 rooms in the first level of the first stage. This is going fabulously. It's okay, we're going to speed up a little bit. I've got a lot to cover. This is true for every review. This is true for every review. I've got a lot to cover at the beginning, and then we move on, and then it starts to speed up a little bit. What was the gameplay design process behind Diablo 1? Lore run. Go watch the lore run. I talk about it in much more detail and much more recently, having much more recently researched it in the lore run. So you kind of see what I'm doing here. Sorry, I'm doing it automatically without even thinking about it. What I'm doing is I'm kind of using the line of sight to map out the mini-map a little bit first to kind of get an idea for where I want to go and what I want to do before I actually start going through looting and killing, right? Yeah, I'm scraping the walls. Exactly. You get it. You've played these games. You get it. We're scraping the walls. We're trying to figure out our limits. And we should be okay. We should be okay. We're still a little underpowered because we're technically still level 1. I know what you're thinking, but you're level 2. Yeah, we're not really a level until we go over here. So, you got 5 points to distribute. Cool. And there's a nice big plus there. Cool. So, what do you want to put them towards? Well, it's actually a good question. We're not going to click any of that, though. So, we're going to leave that there. That's very deliberate. We'll talk more about why later. I'll be doing that in D2 as well. If you've been paying attention, you already know why. And the game has even given us enough information, debatably, for us to know why we shouldn't play those anymore. So, that's just going to sit there for a while, Talia Zed. Don't worry, it's going to be worse in D2 when the skill button's going to sit there along with the ability button at the same time. And you're going to love that. Like, both of those buttons just sitting there being like, hey, you've got something to spend. You're going to spend, right? No, we're going to sit on it. We're going to sit on it. Whoop. Pay attention, Lord. Look away for 5 seconds. Okay, we're going to fight the door here a little bit because we're not doing great. Oh, yeah, Paragon levels. That's going to be another one. Because I don't actually have that many Paragon levels, but I do have a couple thousand, so that's definitely going to be a thing. All right, so I think we're swept up here. Looks swept. Let's go ahead. Oh, Jesus. Nope, come on. There we go. There you go. Yeah, and Diablo Immortal's like, hey, did you know that you just earned the ability to spend money in order to get a box from the dungeon you just completed? You know what? Let's just pretend Diablo Immortal doesn't exist. Can we do that? As a group, can we do that? Can we just agree to just... Okay. So we can talk about D4, you know, we can talk about the rewrite, we can talk about all kinds of other stuff. Let's just leave that one at the door. You know, the door that I'm gonna go back through because I'm getting overwhelmed here. We're just gonna be a little cautious because we're low level and we've got junk gear. We still have the starter gear. We haven't spent any of our points, so we are functionally still level 1. How about that rewrite? I am so nervous about what people are gonna think of the rewrite, and I don't actually mean that. Let me explain that a little bit better. Oh, yeah, by the way, hang on. Before I talk about the rewrite, let's talk about. Someone mentioned it. What was the name of it? Classic game post-mortem for Diablo. There's actually some really good information on YouTube about the creation and development of Diablo 1. I also recommend my lore run. I did actually do a lot of research and work for that, as I always do for lore runs. It's you know, it's part of the process. Behind the scenes is one of the 3 pillars of a lore run. So I absolutely recommend both of those if you're interested in the development and the design, and the documents, all kinds of other fun stuff. But D4 is thing. We can talk about D4. We're never going to talk about Diablo Immortal ever again. So, the rewrite. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh my god, I got this. We're cool. Everything's cool. I'm not nervous about the rewrite. I'm already kind of sad, because one of those unfortunate things about reality is if you make something really good, nobody's ever going to see it. Right? I mean, okay, nobody is an exaggeration, but you know what I mean, right? You just sort of, you have, as a creative type, you have to get used to the idea that 50 people are going to watch that thing that you just bled and sweat over, right? And I feel that's a bit of a shame. I suppose I felt that before, because the theaters are certainly legit. But nobody's going to care. And nobody's going to watch it. And that makes me sad, not just because of the fact that it's a damn good rewrite. Obviously, it's our first rewrite, so I suppose I should say. It's a damn good video, let's put it that way. But also because a lot of very talented people put a lot of very excellent effort into making the rewrite. And it's a shame that people aren't going to hear the voice acting, that people aren't going to see the incredible visuals that are being done by Ivo Iliani, who is our artist for the Diablo rewrite. And that sucks. I want more people to be able to see it and enjoy it, because it's actually really good. Oh. So, this is another thing. Hang on, before I get to Alex's question. Actually, I'll answer Alex's question first, because I'm not looking at the question queue, because of our new policy with regards to the question queue, but I am going to remember to talk about the rewrite. Someone remind me, as soon as I finish Alex's question, rewrite. Alright, so, what's the reason to not spend stat points? Oh, okay, well, hang on. I've decided we'll come back to Alex's question in a minute here. Ping to you, Flaghand. So, rewrite. I'll talk about this during the pre-stream, because there's going to be a pre-stream for the Diablo rewrite, but one of the biggest reasons and downsides of picking the Diablo rewrite, because I'll tell you what's going to happen, is people will be like, well, I'm not interested in Diablo. Or, I don't know the story of Diablo well enough to care. And then people will not actually watch the rewrite, because they have no investment in Diablo. But we had to start with Diablo, or something like Diablo. Like, we had to. It was essentially mandatory. Because the thing that everybody cares about, you don't start with, right? You don't begin by making, oh god, Back to the Future 3. You don't begin by making Return of the King, and you don't start by... yeah, god, I can't think of any other examples. You get my point, you get my point. You don't actually start with FF6, right? You start with something...
Some of this stuff.
Inventory's full. You start with something a little more manageable. You start with something that you can get. Now, the downside of that approach is it's hard to gain traction and interest because nobody gives a crap. Nobody cares about Diablo. This is actually the exact same problem we had with the theaters, if you're paying attention. What was our first theater? Good question in chat. What was our first theater? I mean, of course, you would know, Thalia, since you're one of the OGs. We need to make it a thing. We need to ensure that Thalia, Random, and Bragwin all get voice acting roles in the Final Fantasy I rewrite, because they have been the OG actors for that crew since the very beginning. But yeah, Paper Mario 2, exactly. It was Paper Mario 2. And nobody gave a crap. I cannot tell you how many times I saw someone say, oh, well, I thought about contributing, or I thought about voice acting, or I thought about watching it, but it's Paper Mario. And I have no interest or care in Paper Mario. And that's reality. You just sort of have to live with that cost. Ooh, nice. That's actually, whatever. That's just sort of the detriment for picking the tutorial of Diablo for a rewrite, because some people are just not actually going to watch or care because they have no investment. So if we started with the big one, and let's be clear, the big one isn't Star Trek, it's Star Wars. If we started with the Star Wars rewrite, lots and lots of people would be like, oh man, but that would be a nightmare to start with Star Wars. That would be insane. That would be a terrible idea. Hell, Star Wars is so far down the list, it's not even in pre-production right now. Although we have defined the Force. That's the only thing we've actually gotten done so far. Do the Paper Mario games have a continuing story? Not really. The Mario and Luigi series are the ones with internal continuity or external continuity. Yes, exactly, Lord Haremot. Star Wars is going to be the big one. We're gonna build up to Star Wars. Yeah, that is true. We have gotten some good work done by defining the Force. I'm actually really happy with the current state of the Force. It wasn't. I can't even claim credit for it. I was just one of many voices in that writer's room, but we got some good stuff. Anyways, so Alex asked, why is this button staying here? Now we've got 2 levels to spend. So let me go ahead and explain why we're not spending right now. Because again, we also have... No tunneling, gotta remember that. We have already an understanding and an acknowledgement of why we do not want to do that. So there's 2 big reasons. First of all, D2 does this a lot more, but D1 still has a degree of level scaling. That is to say, what you spawn and how it spawns depends a little bit on your level when it spawns. So when we go to floor 2, it's still going to be a level 1 floor 2. I know that sounds weird, but you get my point. This also changes some of the loot and some other things. That is ultimately a bit of a secondary reason, however, because the primary reason is right here. Required 17 strength. And that's actually it at the moment. But right? This is true in D2 as well. We're going to do the exact same thing in D2 for the exact same reason. Because in many cases, it's a lot smarter to look at that and say, okay, that's something I want. It requires X. Now I burn the stats on what I need to wear X. Make sense? Because in the Diablo games specifically, this isn't true in every game that has this concept, but the Diablo game specifically, your gear is a fairly large portion of your overall output. Your stats, not so much. In D2, this spread is even more because your skills and your gear are the overwhelming portion of your output. It's like 90% of what you can do. And then like 10% is your stats, your vertical leveling, as I like to call it. So you hold on to your skills and you hold on to your items until you know what you're going to build, what you want, and what you're going to do. Make sense? So that's the answer to that question. Now, we can't afford any of that crap, but we can... What do we got? So what do we pick up here? So we're going to put on the cape because it is armor at all. Ironically, I think that staff is actually better, but it's also a magic staff, so we're going to hold on to that. Yeah, we'll keep a hold of that, and I don't think we care about that because we're not going to go a mage route this route. Speaking of which, somebody asked, what is my favorite class back when I used to play this, Mr. Believe it or not, I know this is going to be super shocking, but I used to play the mage, Jazrith, the summoner. Yeah, stat requirements for gear. So here's a fun statement. I'm about to lie to you, okay? So the reason they decided to add a whole bunch of stat requirements for gear is because the multiplayer scene in Diablo 1 had a whole lot of stuff where people would just give mega high-leveled items to players, and then the players would be able to go around and absolutely destroy everything with super-powered gear. And since, as I already mentioned, gear is so much of your output, that would just destabilize the game. All of that, however, is a total lie. It had nothing to do with informing their decision. Now, there is a little bit of that matters in D2 and in D3. In both games, there are requirements for gear, and it is part of the thought process. But that's not why they did it, because as you can see, and I'm proving it because my mouse is literally still mousing over it right now, that is right here in Diablo 1 still. This is still something they did well before any of that was ever a thing. It was just kind of the norm. Now, why that's a norm? So, stat requirements and level requirements have a reason for existing. They do. And we'll talk about this in D2, and much more importantly, in D3. Because D3 actually uses requirements way better. Which is funny, but we'll get there. We'll get there. But in D1, as weird as this may sound, I think there's not really a good reason for the stat requirements system. I think they did it because it was an artifact design. It was what people did, so it's what they did, right? I could be wrong about this, but I don't think they really thought about it, or its implications, or its applications. Now we're going to go ahead and write down some thoughts here really quick while I'm thinking about them. We're also going to get a sub from Falk of Knives, which I'm probably pronouncing incredibly badly. Thank you. Always appreciate that sub. And if you would like to put that towards something, like increasing priority in a future stream, for up to 3 things, please let me know. Thank you. Well, I haven't been streaming for a little over a week, actually. Is artifact design a lorium? No. I don't think I came up with that. I hate to say it like that because I don't remember where I got that term from, but I'm pretty sure I didn't invent that term. Durability is something we have to talk about at some point. We'll get back to that. And I think we'll put this up here. There we go. Sorry. Jotting down some notes, jotting down some thoughts. I suppose I could update the HUD. I guess. Suppose. So here's what we're thinking right now. So we've got 2 pluses to story. No negatives to story so far, surprisingly enough. Probably 5 pluses to gameplay and probably 7 negatives to gameplay. We're still debating several of those, though. There we go. Can I answer whether I think specific requirements for armor and weapons into games is a good idea or not? No. I cannot answer that because it depends. It always depends, right? Stat requirements, it depends on what you do with it. It depends on the game. It depends on the spread. There's a whole lot of things that go into that. So, no, I cannot answer that in generics. Let's get some healing.
What ails you, my friend?
Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. Receive healing, please. There we go. The guest sheet should be for Diablo 1, J. Palmer. Here, someone type ! guess really quick, please. Hey, Savacom.
By the light, I know of this vile demon. There were many that bore the scars of his wrath upon their bodies when the few survivors of the charge led by Lazarus crawled from the cathedral. I don't know what he used to slice open his victims, but it could not have been of this world. It left wounds festering with disease, and even I found them almost impossible to treat. Beware if you plan to battle this fiend.
Good to know. Quick aside, as I mentioned, the Butcher is not in the rewrite. Lazarus is. Voiced by... Killing You, I believe. Hey, Federation Builder.
And a fellow drinking peace?
So, Farnham, you should tell me about the Butcher.
Big cleaver, killing all my friends. Couldn't stop him. Had to run away. Couldn't save them. Trapped in a room with so many bodies. So many friends. No!
Yep, and that's why Farnham is the drunk. Cool.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
You identify... Ooh, 100 gold to identify that short staff. Might be worth it. We're going to do it. It has quick attack. Not too bad.
It seems that the Archbishop Lazarus goaded many of the townsmen into venturing into the labyrinth to find the king's missing son. He played upon their fears and whipped them into a frenzied mob. None of them were prepared for what lay within the cold earth. Lazarus abandoned them down there, left in the clutches of unspeakable horrors to die.
What does identify do? I'm sorry, that's a good thing to bring up. So, identifying magical gear and armor is actually a really old concept in video gaming. And, it's not like Diablo 1 invented the idea, but Diablo 1 sort of took it in a better / different / new direction. Yes, random. Because what the Diablo series did is it made it so that it was trying to encourage a in-game economy by making it so that you get something and it's okay and you could use it, but it's essentially a non-magical item until you bring it back. And then someone's like, oh, I know what this is. And now you unlock the full stats of whatever the item actually is. So this serves two purposes. First is what Dakota is talking about in chat. It builds a little bit of a loop, a gameplay loop in here where you have to go back to town, spend some money, then go out, go back. You can also use identify scrolls, by the way, which of course is the way to identify on the field. This also gives you a little bit of a give and take. Do you go ahead and take up some of your space, your hotkey space with identify scrolls just to be able to avoid the trip back to town? And of course, that's a bit of a gamble, too. What do you spend that on? Oh, I don't know. It looks like a dagger, but it might be a really nice dagger. We'll talk more about this system in D2. But the other thing, the other layer of this, is it tries to bake into the system the ability to I don't know how to better to put this. It tries to bake excitement into the system. What's in the box? Which is a very, very, very basic human thing. It's one of the reasons why gacha games and gambling in general tend to be so damn successful, because it preys on people's psychology. Now, I'm going to go ahead and admit, I think I'm a weird robot alien freak who's a Time Lord, because this doesn't affect me at all and never has. It's just, okay, what is it? But you can see how this is a very, very common human trait, and therefore a lot of people enjoy that excitement and want to be able to get back to town like, okay, is there anything good? Is there anything good? And the developers have talked about this, not just with regards to D1, nor even just the Diablo system. They've talked about this with regards to Warcraft, Warcraft 3, World of Warcraft, and a lot of other related projects of we want to make sure, is it something worth a damn? Like I said, we'll get there. We'll talk more about it. But that's its primary purpose here. Now, I believe that is actually slightly better because of the quick attack. We went through 4 durability, clearing 1 floor, by the way, which I want you to pay attention to, because durability systems usually suck. I'm just willing to say that down there as a blanket statement. In my opinion, the overwhelming majority of time, durability systems are not good, but the reason is because most of the time they're not well utilized. I don't mind durability on a knife to instantly kill a zombie in Resident Evil 2 R, because that is, at that point, a valuable resource that you are consuming in order to try and use it as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Having 4 durability, which is essentially, let's call it what it is, it's a gold tax. It's a gold sink. So, we'll see how bad it is in this. No, I'm actually not autistic. Funny thing, right? Of all people. Yeah, exactly, Jesse Ward. At that point, the knife effectively becomes ammo, and we've talked about ammo systems, and how ammo can be a thing, especially in terms of game design. So, back down to the depths. The one and only good thing about the town layout, which is why it's not more negatives, is the fact that getting from the core town, which is, Deckard and the healer, straight back to the dungeon isn't that bad of a trip. We'll talk more about that later, because that's not something we're done with yet. We're also not done with the floor, I just realized. We haven't actually finished sweeping the floor. Hang on. My bad, we didn't finish sweeping. Sweep. Yep, it's really easy for me to be brainwashed, Gum Gum. My lord and master, Gum Gum. I will do anything. Kill all of them. Just for you. So anyways. Did I sell? I forgot to sell, didn't I? That's actually funny. Well, I have gotten the Butcher on level 2, but we have not gotten the Butcher yet. So I talked about this more during the lore run. There's a lot of little formulas and background stuff that's going into play to determine what is where. So let's talk about this a little quick here. Real quick. How can I handle being so slow? Well, first I tear my teeth out, and then I jam them in my eyes. So, the way that they do this... Oh, hang on. I can't believe that missed me. Okay. The way that they do this is going to sound like such a strange statement, but Diablo 1 has such basic level design that they can do more with it. Which I know sounds like a weird statement, but what I mean by that is the more complicated and the more advanced you build your puzzle pieces for your level design, if you're going to jumble them up and randomize them, then the less possible permutations there are for building it. In Diablo 2, and especially in Diablo 3, a particular zone is pretty much always going to look like a particular zone. It's always going to be something that's functional, or... I don't know how to explain this better. However, if you have what this game does, which is literally just tiles, you can actually see them on the screen. It's just building tiles based on a formula, based on an algorithm, then you can do a tremendous more amount with it. Which, of course, also is going to lead towards... I don't know what door you're talking about. Which is also going to lead towards some nonsense, right? It's going to lead towards some dungeons where you're just like, oh, sure. That works. Or that makes sense, right? Hey, there we are. It's okay, I have a close friend who cannot distinguish east versus west to save his life. I guess it's a semi-common thing, because I've heard of that from more than a few people. But my point here being...
Pawn some of this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, like exactly... what I'm trying to say... I'm explaining this so badly, so let me try it again. Not every floor has to make sense when you have a situation where the floors are being randomly generated based on tiles, right? Not every floor has to track or logic. I'm just going to drop that. That's not worth anything. Oh, by the way, in general, you can make fun of me this if you want. I tend to think of the directions as we're looking at them, not like this. So southeast is down right. So that's why I went down right when, you know, you said, hey, it's the southeast. So we're going to go sell because I forgot to sell. That's on me. So one of the easiest things you could do when it comes to puzzle design for real-life players is two things, actually. First, you can allow them to have dice rolls to try and make up for player deficiencies. And I don't mean that as an unkindness. Like, sometimes you're playing D&D and you've just got off work and you're tired and it's been, oh my god, you just had to deal with being on the phone for half an hour. You just want to play some D&D. You don't want to think your way through a puzzle. It's understandable, right? So you give them the option to just roll int and to either get a hint based on how well they roll. They get a hint, or maybe the player wants a hint, or maybe the player wants a big hint, or maybe the player wants a solution. You get the idea, right? You give them the option to use the dice in order to bypass using the brain. Right, selling. That's what I'm doing here.
Well, what can I do for you?
So let's get rid of all of this crap. Let's see. Okay, what does that require? 17 Maj. So another thing you could do. Sorry, this is something else that I have. So I would give my players a stat. And I changed my mind periodically on what this stat was. But I called it Intuit. Intuit was literally roll for game design. Like, you know, roll for dungeon journal. Roll for hint system. Roll for HUD. Right? It was an effort to graft a gameplay mechanic, that is to say everything I just mentioned, into a pen and paper system. So occasionally a player would just say, can I roll Intuit to just like figure out what the intended path here is? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Roll. And I just built that into the mechanism of it. So we could have 22 magic right now. That's the wrong button. That's good. I'm never going to use that. So we could actually get Book of Healing. 17. I think we're going to go for that. I think we're going to go with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll just sit on that for right now. God damn it. We now have a spell. Oh my god! We have spell. I'm probably not going to go for Holy Bolt. Not on this character. Now, if I get a teleport... Oof. How many of you know why I used to get teleport in this game? Yeah, because there's no run button, exactly. So let's go ahead and sell. Ooh, that's actually worth it. Give that. I think we want to keep all those. Yeah, it's faster than walking. That is exactly right. It's not even about skipping through doors, because I usually sweep a floor anyways, right? So yeah, we have to talk about how we're going to review the music of Diablo 1. That's going to be an interesting thing. So let's get this out of the way. The music of D2 and D3 is actually pretty legit, mostly on the story axis. When I hear the sound of Loot Go Lane, That's distinct. That gets across a vibe and a tone very efficiently. And that's not just because of the song, it's because of instrument usage, it's because of application. It's about music direction. But in D1, there's the Tristram track. Now, I can name other songs from D1, because I've been listening to this music recently, working on the Diablo rewrite. But, like here, I'm gonna get across what I mean very quickly. Hang on, do I? Okay, good. Let me explain to you D1 music in 5 quick seconds. Now, this is a good intro. But you've also kind of heard the song already. Okay, that was good. A good intro. I'm actually with it. I like that intro. Now listen to the music. There's also that problem. So this is a thing that can happen. In case you're not familiar with this game, that's the way down to floor 3. So I'm going to talk about this very poorly because I'm partially tired, I'm hungry. I need to actually order lunch because I have not had the opportunity. I'm not going to do it right now. I'm just going to do it. Yes, this is GDQ luck right here, exactly. But anyways, let's talk about, we have actually talked about this concept before. It's range of RNG. A range of RNG is pretty normal. Some people think that when you're designing RNG when it comes to like a game design, exactly, Plutonium, you like it because it's X. I hate it because it's X. We are not the same. Sorry. So, randomness. It's randomness within range, right? The reason I mentioned that, though, is because Diablo 1 doesn't really have much of a range to it. For example, one of the things you could do is you could say, spawn... Okay, generate new level. Spawn floor down. Spawn the floor down no closer than 20 tiles from the floor up, right? Something like that is what I mean when I'm talking about range, because you can design provisos. I don't know what the proper programming term is. You could design rules that limit where things can spawn. So yeah, if you were to physically paint the whole thing, you could say, okay, I want the door down to spawn somewhere around here relative to this door, right? No, that procedurally generated isn't related. Well, I mean, procedurally generated is not the answer to the question. I want it to spawn somewhere in this general vicinity. So you say, okay, I want it to spawn anywhere from x plus 1 to x plus 30 and y plus 1 to y plus 30. And that determines it's going to spawn somewhere up right from where you actually started. Make sense? These kind of parameters can determine this kind of range for the randomness. If you don't do that, what you can have is a floor down immediately next to a floor up. Now, whether that's deliberate or not, that's a completely unrelated topic. You could just decide, I just want to have total randomness, and that's fine. But I bring this up because D2... Oh, hey! There's the butcher. D2 and especially D3 use a lot more range, a lot more parameters for determining what can spawn where, rather than relying on total RNG. Some people prefer that. Some people don't. Savicom prefers that. You can tell, because she has coffee right now. Right? You got some coffee, right? Because if you didn't get some coffee, we need to have a chat. Oh god, Savicom, put down the donuts! No! You can't have donuts without coffee! It doesn't... Actually, real talk, something I want to try, now that I've determined firmly that I don't like coffee, is I want to try dipping donuts, good donuts, in good coffee. and see what that experience is like, because I hear constantly about how coffee dipped donuts is amazing, and I want to experience that. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it, Loner. I'm just trying to live. We leveled, so that's cool. I will also admit something. So, those of you who know me know that I don't have nostalgia in the traditional sense of the word. You know, I play Mega Man 2 and it's like, yeah, okay. Like, I like it because it's a decent game, not because it's a game that I played, you know, when I was a kid. I was like 10 already by then, wasn't I? I mean, this because it isn't classic game level. This is not what I would call a combat thing. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. There is, however, for those of you who know me, one big thing which I do tend to have a bit of nostalgia about. Audio. Audio designs, audio, sound effects, music, background noises, you know, that kind of thing tends to get me a lot more than anything else with regards to being like, oh, I remember that sound. And there's a couple of those in D1, but really, honestly, only like 3. But D2, when we get to D2, I'm just going to be going bonkers over sound design, because there's a lot of sound nostalgia in D2, and honestly, some good sound design in general in D2. Hello, Giga. Giga voices someone in the Diablo arena as well. She voices Magda, the cult leader. Yeah, exactly. Rakanishu! You know what I mean! You know what I mean when I talk about the sound. And of course, so you're probably thinking, what actually prompted that? What prompted my comment about the sound design? So we leveled. What indicated that? What indicated that we leveled? I'm just going to spoil this for you. Nothing did. Obviously, we would have gotten the level up thing, but in this exact case, that didn't actually help because I've already got points to distribute. But in D2, you know the one, right? The like that sound that just pops through whenever you ding. Love that sound. Yes, Luneruth voices Ariel, one of the archangels. That's she does a wonderful, lovely job of it, which is good because I was really afraid that she was going to not voice for it for a little bit there, but it's okay. We got there. She did a great job. We're cool. Oh yeah, the sound of the armor and just so some of the sound effects are in D1. Like I said, there's a couple of cool ones. Like for example, that one I would say is probably a fairly iconic sound effect. We need to write down some notes before we forget about them. Where'd the cape go? That's a good question. Where did my cape go? Oh God, where did my cape go? My cape! Anyways, thank you very, very much, Savakam. Oh no, we didn't forget to do repairs. We knew exactly what we were doing when we didn't repair our cape. So, what happens if gear breaks? Let's talk durability systems, shall we? Because here's the deal. Some people think that durability is just something where you go ahead and you have there be durability there, and it's like, cool. No. One of the reasons I brought up, I brought up Resident Evil 2 Remake, but let me point to another game, because Dying Light 1, I know I've used this example before, but it is still probably the best durability system I've ever seen. Dying Light 1 is how you do a durability system. Because you have to decide as a designer, okay, so how much durability do items have in general, like a general range? How much does that decrease over time? And what does it cost to repair them, or if you can repair them? You also have to decide what happens when they break, when they hit 0. As you can see, what happens in this game when they hit 0 is, poof, they're gone. Items just straight up break and go away. once they hit 0 durability, which is not great. At the moment, that's not what you'd call a particularly punishing problem. But when you start to have actual gear, like good gear, that can just whiff out, that's not wonderful. On the one hand, I understand the desire to punish. It makes perfect sense. On the other hand, it's not all that hard to have a game where, for example, you hit 0 durability and the item functionally doesn't exist anymore, but it's still there. Right? You still have it equipped. Diablo 2 does this, just to name the obvious example. So you've still got your chest piece on, it's just you gain no benefit from it. Diablo 2 even goes an extra step and visually changes your appearance so that your gear goes, so your chest piece goes away physically. So you're like, oh shoot, it broke. In order for you to have a visual indicator of the fact that you need to do that, in the off chance you find yourself getting lost and forgetting where your durability is at. Also, and I don't remember this exactly, but I'm pretty sure D2 has the low durability indicator in general, which is also nice. Excuse me. Now, hang on. So, Jay Palmer, thank you. Always appreciate those. I will go ahead and jot that down for 24 Season 1, Ace Combat Death Doom, and WoW Kata Legion. And Savacom put way too much money towards Kingsfield 4, Invisible Ink, and Dishonored 2. Apparently, do you not trust me, Savacom? I see how it is. I see how it is. Yeah, Ace Combat Death Doom. It's this brand new one. They just came out with it. Oh, Jesus Christ, directing. Nope, that's what I said, Jay Palmer. Ace Combat Death Doom. All right, so apparently there is a low durability indicator in this. I'm actually going to have to take your word on that. I legitimately didn't see it. Now, hopefully Alex won't donate a bunch of money right now, because that would be really, really terrible. Like, I'm not sure anything would be more terrible than that happening right now. God. Anyways, point being, the durability system in D1 is definitely at least one negative. The question we're going to have to decide as we go is it more than one negative? Because that's really what that boils down to. Like something like Breath of the Wild, that's going to be, I think we decided 9 negatives for Breath of the Wild. We're not there yet, obviously. We'll be covering Breath of the Wild during the Zelda block. But someone actually asked as a hypothetical, how many negatives would Breath of the Wild get? And we theoretically came up with 9. Well, considering Diablo 4 isn't out, Diablo 4, excuse me, is not out until June, and we'll be finishing D2 and possibly D3 like next week. No, it definitely does not include Diablo 4. What is Breath of the Wild's durability system? All right, hang on. I'm falling behind. Give me a sec. That. Okay. I think we're safe for the moment. We're good? We're good, okay. Save really quick. I just realized I haven't been saving. Alright, so... Well, it's not a donation, Zactaf, but I did get it, yes. So impatient. Zactaf is like the most impatient viewer I know. It's insane. That's not true. I had a viewer during the Trek finale premiere, during when the video was going live, I had one person ask no less than 4 separate times, do streamations go live on YouTube? So, first of all, obviously, I and other people answered that person, but the funny thing for me was that the streamations already have gone live on YouTube. The MLP stuff is actually already there and present, so why would I cover the beta? I can't review a beta. Besides, it's just Act 1, it's up to level 25, and they don't even have all the classes in yet. Legion Lauren. Oh my god, I remember that. My pinky sense is failing me. So Zach Taft, if I could write your name right, geez Louise. 421, there we go. So you can't split those, Zach Taft. You have to pick just one thing. because there's no actual money transacting hands. But no, I know, Lunareth. I know. Thank you for being part of the show, Zactav. I will put that towards either Resident Evil Revelations or Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, whichever one you choose. Let's see here. I missed something. What did I miss? Revelations, you got it. It's World Bear Day. Fresh reminder, by the way. Cocaine Bear sucks. Don't go see it. All right, so let's see. I think I'm caught up. Oh, right. I was going to do this here. We're going to talk. We need to talk about a few things. So we've got, let me just write down some things here. Loot distribution. We've got loot quality. It is Lunareth. In fact, people have already done so. And in answer to your question on YouTube, I would hate you forever and ever. That's a lie. I mean, I thought it would be a good movie too. No, that's not a joke, because the premise of Cocaine Bear is there's a bear that did cocaine. Like that should be a good film. That should be a ridiculous schlock nonsense film. It should be like Sharknado, which is what I was expecting out of it. It's not. It's just crap. And I can even explain why. You ready for this? This is so stupid. The reason why is because making a bear is expensive, because that's a lot of CGI. So a whole lot of really boring, dumb personal stories happen in that film. Yep. So, moving on. Instead of focusing on, it's all about just it's the Transformers 1 problem. You know what I mean. All right. Yeah, you know what my biggest complaint about Sharknado is? This is not a joke. It didn't go far enough. I have also seen Sharknado, by the way. Like, it needed to be way more ridiculous than it was, and instead Sharknado was kind of cheap, which was the problem. But man, it should have been just, yeah, bro, there's just sharks everywhere, yeah. Cut to a couple of people. It's a couple. They've just gotten together. They're freshly married. I'm so happy that we're married finally, and I just decided to play the lottery for the very first time. Oh, you think it's going to be a lucky lottery ticket? I do. I think it's going to be wonderful. Do you want to scratch it off together? Yes, I do. And then the camera's right here, and he's here, and she's here, and the camera, and they like zoom in, and they've got this thing, and you could see the window behind them. And through the window behind them, you see the Sharknado as they're scratching off the lottery ticket. And then one of the sharks flies out of the thing and is charging through, and just as they're about to reveal the lottery ticket, the shark slams through the window, collides into both of them, and you just hear nom, 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 off camera. That's what Sharknado should have been. That's what it should have been. It should have just been ridiculous. Excuse me. What am I doing? Right, I'm playing a video game. And pitching Sharknado stories. Yeah, it should have been farcical, exactly. It should have just been like, ah. Now, ironically, I have not seen I have not seen Sharknado 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 because of Sharknado 1 and also because of time. Am I good enough for this? Yeah, we're good. Oh, hey, durability! You were right! You were right! I regret everything. Man on internet. Wrong. What is it? It's, I'm guessing that's my helmet. But I love Jurassic Park. It's one of the best movies ever made. So is the boss fight. Hey! Victory. When did Picard Season 3 come out? Because I recorded that video in early January. Linnea Ruth. I didn't die, and I know that sounds like a joke, but actually, if you were paying attention, when I first approached that boss, my first thought was, can I deal with that? Am I good enough for that yet? And I was! I rolled the dice, and I win. There's no skill here. I mean, there are tactics and strategy you can use in this game, but this is a game about stats. Hello, Tim. We call him Tim the Questionator. No, we haven't done the Q&A stream yet. No, we're not going to until we're done with that.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, and luck. There's dice rolls. I should probably mention that I have completely spoiled New Trek for me. So, yeah, there's no spoilers for that. Mostly because I had no plans to actually watch it. I did, Dr. Winter. You put it towards Darkest Dungeon. Thank you for being part of the show, Darkest... I almost said Darkest Winter. Thank you, Darkest Winter! You are truly the reason the Lowwalkers are the way that they are. Oh man, I've done that before. So I guess at some point we're going to have to actually go fight the Butcher. Yes, von Falkenstein. Damn you, Dr. Winter. How could you do this to me? Okay, so now I gotta go... Oh, jeez. Okay, hang on. I can't kill the Butcher. Nobody can kill the Butcher. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Yeah, there's some enemy combinations, especially in the freaking caves, that are just mean. Ugh. Oh no, we're gonna try it legit, and then we're gonna fail, and then we're gonna explain why the combat in this game is not very good. Yeah, I kind of wish they'd stop bringing the Butcher back, actually. Like, it was already kind of in D3, and then they brought him back, and by the way, spoilers, the Butcher's in Diablo Immortal, and then it's like,
Whoa, what can I do for you?
So let's go ahead and, what do we got? That's all cheap. Prepare some cheapo stuff here. There we go. Let's see. Apparently, the Butcher is in Diablo 4. I did. Alex? Hold on. Did I? Did Alex donate? Did I bow? Oh my god. Is this a Thursday? I don't remember if I bowed. Okay, I actually do know what card that is. Congratulations, Alex. Probably the most rare card. Okay, the rarest and most valuable card I've ever pulled from a booster is Darth Vader. I still have it. I still have Vader and Vader's lightsaber. It's the only cards I kept. Excuse me, 3. I kept 3 cards from the Star Wars CCG, and that's 2 of them. The third one is this one. You can tell what that is there. It's probably hard to tell because it just looks like a knight, but that's the Executor if it's not obvious. Anyways, getting off topic. The rarest MTG card I ever got was Mirrodin. No. Not the set, not the block, the dude. No, what are you talking about, Spartan? It's Diablo 1. It's cool. Everything's cool. This is the greatest game you've never played. Or some other dumb frickin' YouTube title. I saw a YouTube video just the other day, literally yesterday. 6 facts about FF6 you didn't know. Can you guess how many of those 6 facts I did not know about FF6? Or 8 facts, whatever it was. Yeah, 0, exactly. And what's really irritating is the video did have one esoteric thing. One. Which I knew, of course. And the rest of it was stuff that it's like, this isn't rare or esoteric knowledge. This is something we've known for 20 years. Why are you... Yeah, facts you never knew if you've never played FF6. Oh my god. Okay, so Thomas was alone. Don't even remember what that is right now. Shadows over Loathing. And of course, Pokemon Arceus. Thank you, Alex, for reminding me especially. But thank you. Always. Here's a rare fact about FF6 you did not know. Did you know that I liked that game? I know. Shocking. Okay, so why am I not using this? Oh, right, because I was showing off durability. Okay, yeah. So, right. Oh, blades require dex. We don't have dex. So, 25 and 30. Oh, we can have that. We can make that happen. There you go, Talia's Head. Just for you. Just for you. We got rid of it. Come on, Blade. Get some dex going. Double checking some stuff. We'll go ahead and put our terrible, terrible cape on. Can you dual wield? So. The right click is for spells, silly. We don't do that. What's our gold? What our gold be? Yeah, we can afford to identify. What is this?
Hello, my friend.
Tell me what this
Stay
is.
a while and listen.
Resist fire. Well, that's actually not bad, but... Resist lightning. Yeah, those are both vendor trash.
Whoa, what can I do for you?
Now, that's an interesting question, Lunaruth. That is much harder to answer than you'd probably think. I mean, that is always good news, Zach Taft. Although, Hydra needs to just go away, you know? God. What class am I playing in D2? We'll get there. We'll get there. So. Yeah, and of course, in order to sell to Adria, we have to walk over here.
I sense a soul inside.
And it's worth it, because that's a bunch of money. We need a bunch of money. Not as much as you'd think, Classic Game Lover. We're taking our time here, but let's be honest, D1 is a game that absolutely has... padding. I don't know what else to call it. Things take longer than they should. With a couple of mods, this game is actually... when I say mods, I mean specifically mods that speed up a couple of specific things, like making the town portal function a little differently, giving you a run time, etc., right? Like, there's a lot of seconds and minutes. If you bypass a lot of the padding in this game, D1 is a fairly short game. It's probably why the padding is there. It's the NES problem all over again, right? I mean, Ninja Gaiden's a 20-minute game, but, you know... Anyways, so Lunaruth asks a completely unrelated question. She says, people say FF4 and 6 are the best, which is certainly interesting. So, rather than answer you directly, Lunaruth, I'm going to rant about something. So, congratulations. You opened the booster pack, and instead of getting an answer, you're getting a rant. It's not actually a rant, but it is something that's been... Oh my god, it's so common. So, there's a difference between the thing that is popular and the thing that is well-received amongst fans. The example of this is Star Trek TNG and Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Star Trek fans almost universally, the much better damage on this sword, Star Trek fans almost universally tend to prefer Deep Space Nine. If you ask people, percentage-wise, a lot more people are going to say DS9 is their favorite than TNG. However, TNG is by far more popular. It is so much bigger as a property. People who are not Star Trek fans, people who are not sci-fi fans, people who barely watch television are familiar with Star Trek The Next Generation. That's popular appeal, right? And that's why, when I mentioned that, I distinguish that because it's very important, god dang, it's very important to keep in mind when it comes to discussing something that is popular. What does this have to do with Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy IV is the most popular one. FF4 is the FF that most people know and are aware of. There's actually only two FFs that have greater mass appeal than FF4. You know which both of them are. I'm not going to even bother to list them. But FF4 is the one that tends to be the FF for a large number of people. I myself think of Final Fantasy IV as seminal Final Fantasy. It's also because it is the first Final Fantasy game. Not the first game, We need to come up with a new term for that, for God's sake. We need to come up with a term for that. But the idea is, it's the first time that a work is actually itself. Right? The first time that Star Wars was actually Star Wars was not in A New Hope. The first time that Star Trek was not The Cage. Etc., etc. You get the general idea here. And so, the first time Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy IV. Oh, God! Okay. Back it off. I mean, we do have the term codifier, so it's not exactly an unknown term. Okay, back off. But yeah, FF4 was the first complete product. FF1 is a mess. We'll talk about that when we do our compilation review of FF1. It was a Hail Mary and a first game, and they had no idea what they were doing, and oh my god, does it show. FF2 was a completely different team trying to make a completely different style of game. They succeeded at it. It's called the Saga series. The Saga series is actually still going. The most recent Saga game came out, I believe it was this year, but it was within the last few months, one way or the other. It was called Octopath Traveler 2. FF2 has its own issues, which I will not get into right now, lest Savacon kill me, because she's a green belt, so she can totally do that. But then we've got FF3. FF3 has absolutely no idea what it is. It was the reason it was such a difficulty for me to get an outline going for the Final Fantasy III rewrite is because most rewrites I have either something to build off of or nothing to build off of. FF3 uniquely has both. Damn it, Sabacom. No! FF3 is unique in the fact that it is so disjointed and so disconnected from itself that it's barely a video game. It's hard to even describe if you're not familiar with it. This leads, of course, to FF4. FF4 is the first actual Final Fantasy game. They finally figured out what they were doing. They got the concepts for leveling and class design and encounter design and how they were going to do the ATB system, which was invented for FF4. All that stuff came together in FF4. It was also the first game that had a truly cohesive story, though FF1, 2, and 3 had a story. FF4 was written by someone who was who was an author, and was directed by someone who was in theater. And it shows, right? Damn it, Federation Builder. I knew it! You're all trying to kill me with your various karate skills. Sorry, that's a long way of trying to get around to my overall point here, Luneruth. FF4, by virtue of being the codifier of the Final Fantasy series, kinda sucks. Now, I know Blade Taval would absolutely tear my teeth out and shove them into my eyes. It's very gross. I don't know why he's doing that. If he heard me say that. But thankfully he's not here to hear me say that. Because FF4 has problems. It has a lot of heart. It has a lot of good concepts and a lot of the beginnings of good ideas. But it just does not follow through on almost any of them. I have a really horrible feeling that when we do the FF4 comparison review series, a lot of people are going to look at FF4 SNES, the original, and be like, whoa! Because that game... Ooh, another one. Getting a lot of this. It's like a third of just this floor. Nice. Two magic axes. Oh god, you're right, Jesse Ward. Don't mistake me. FF4 on the SNES literally introduced... Good question, Monty. By the way, there's 3 SNES versions. There's more versions of FF4 than anything else. It's one of the reasons why we had to narrow down how many versions of FF4 we'll be playing for the FF4 comparison stream. Because we had to narrow it down to 3 separate versions of that game. Anyways. But FF4 on the SNES introduced me to the idea that I can enjoy stories. I know I've said that before. Some of you probably heard me say that before. But I'm dead serious. I did not understand the concept, the iteration of you can just sit and enjoy a story for the sake of the story until Final Fantasy freaking 4. might be a little tricky. I'm gonna stay back here for a little bit. Yeah, we're fine, we're fine. This new saber's doing some good work for us here. Yeah, shrines will be expanded upon much more in future Diablos. Right now, they're there. Don't worry, the song changes each category? I don't know what to call that. So we'll have more than these, well, this one song playing at some point. Yeah, I know they give random stuff in D1, but they do stuff like this. Check it out. Mysteries are revealed in the light of reason. What does that do? Tile set, that's a good word. Now, in D2 and D3, I think D3 is the one that did the shrines the best. But then again, D3 does a lot of things best. But yes, as you can see, it actually identified our axes. So, that's not too shabby, actually. Let's go ahead and equip that. So let me just show off the light radius really quick. You can see on the left. We're not going to actually use that. We're going to use that one. Plus 10 to strength. That is not shabby at all. Why do people hate D3 so much? We'll talk about it. There's two common repeated phrases in overall cultural consciousness for why people don't like D3. And I'll go and tell you both of them right now. Reason one, it's not Diablo, which I obviously disagree with. And reason two, launch. D3 at launch sucked. And I will admit that as someone who thinks D3 is one of the best games ever made. Those are the two big things right there. But anyways. The Real Money Auction House was a launch problem, Jay Palmer. What's the it's not Diablo thing? I mean, the Gonzo mentioned it in chat just a bit. It's not D2. A lot of people who hate D3 love D2. And are like, well, that's not Diablo. You know, that's not even the same general thing or whatever. It's like, eh. Sorry, I should clarify. When I say the launch, I don't mean a buggy, broken launch. I mean the state of the game at launch. And you're probably thinking, that sounds like a buggy, broken thing. The way difficulties worked, the way bosses were designed, the way suffixes worked, the way that loot drop was designed, and of course, the Real Money Auction House. This is what I mean when I say launch. This is the state of the game at launch, and it turbo sucked. They have since repaired and fixed all of this, but it is something the game is going to get negatives for, because it sucked. But yeah, there was no bugs, there was no brokenness. It was all working as intended. It's just what they intended was terrible. But anyways. Okay, let's go deal with the butcher, shall we? So we're going to do this legit style. We got this! We got this! Yeah! Yeah! Okay, run! Run! Oh, Jesus Christ, he's coming! Oh, Lord, he coming! He coming! Oh, God. Oh, God. It's okay. We're okay. We just need to stay ahead of him. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's just a guy following us. It's cool. He's got a cleaver. I can't even tell which one of those are health scrolls, which ones are identify scrolls. But it's okay. Oh, God. We went the wrong way for half a second. Okay. Okay. Looks like that one's a healing. Oh, God. Nope. That was not a healing. Oh, geez. Go away. Go away. Okay, so is this one healing? There we go. Healing. Okay, we've healed. We've healed. We're cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Oh, God. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Everything's death. Hang on. We got to return to town. We got to return to town. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. No! And this is what death is. So. Any questions? There's difficulties in D1? Alright, so.
Fresh meat.
So not legit style. Do we have someplace around here? Oh god. I'm glad they, enjoyed that, Zeiss. The punching bag game. It's probably a bit, well, no it isn't, but... Okay, what do we got? What do we got? We got 5 points we could burn right now. We're not going to do that, though. What's our hit to hit? Oh my god, we have a 2/3 chance to hit. Of course I did, Federation Builder. He wanted my meat. My meat isn't fresh. So, here's the deal. Usually, I'm going to preface this with this because I'm about to give this a negative. Usually, this kind of a thing is the sort of thing I would give a positive to. It's like, oh, you know, oh my god. Wake-up call boss is what this is usually referred to as. And wake-up call bosses have a very valid and relevant position, both in terms of gameplay and in terms of story. This is a stat wall, is what this actually is. There is no strategy to the Butcher. There's no tactics. There's no abilities. There's nothing. He has a bunch of health. He hits quickly. That's it. Notice he doesn't even hit hard. He hits no harder than the other enemies around this point in the game. The thing is, he hits quickly. Remember the interrupt system. This is the only thing I would say is actually one of the better designs with regards to this guy, because it's just boom, 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 boom. Because he's supposed to interrupt you, right? Now, there are ways to deal with this guy. There's actually several. But we're going to pretend we don't know any of that. So we're just going to open the door and be like, oh god, no! We're going to run. And we're going to see... I don't think this terrain's going to be sufficient. Yeah, this is going to work. Maybe up here? Nope, that's not sufficient either. Oh, hey, there's a loot right there that I completely missed. How about over there? That might work. So I'm not going to actually do this. I'm just going to show off one of the methods with which you can cheese this guy. All we have to do is get through here before him and close the door. Alright, so we failed at closing the door. Perfect. So we're going to go around, go back, and we're going to close the door. Nope, we continue to fail at closing the door. We suck at everything. Try this one more time. I can't even do the cheap strat. So the idea here is you get on the other side of a wall which he can't get through. And you close the door, and you notice there's grates there. And you just pull out a bow and you plink at him until he dies. It takes a minute. Especially if, you know, you don't actually have, like... God damn it! Yeah, I apparently can't close the door properly. Especially if you don't have a good bow on you.
Fresh meat.
Come on, game. There we go. So now I can just be like, hey! And I can just plink, plink, plink. Yeah, spells work too. Cast, cast, cast. And that's how you kill the Butcher. Not the best strategy, if we're being honest. Bye, the Butcher. Do I actually have any... Oh, I do. Yeah. Lick finger, turn page, fireball. Yeah, it's also very boring. If it's intentional, that's actually a good question. I do not know. We are going to do. I'm going to go ahead and pop this. So, town portals. There's the town portal spot. It's weird seeing only one there. Listen, I can't open doors. They're just... They're so cheesy. Anyways. We're gonna head over here, see what they got. They probably got nothing. Heal, too. What I love about this healing vendor thing is this is something that persists into D3 for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, what can I do for you?
Okay, so first, let's get rid of all of this stuff. There we go, okay. It's apparently in D4. Wow. It's fine, Federation Builder, it's fine. Okay, so what do we got? What do we got? Nothing. Okay, cool. In that case, just gonna double check something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright. I don't have a problem with it, Master Man. It's just a weird thing
My friend?
to continue to persist having in this series, especially since by the time of D3, for example, there's not really a lot of benefit in having a healing person. I'm pretty sure the main reason I tend to use the healing person in D3 is when I'm in town playing with my spec and my health has changed, and I'm like, oh, hang on. There we go. That's a good question, Pillars of Snow. I know that the show exists, and that its art style is similar, and that's definitely a true statement because I know nothing else about it whatsoever.
Psst, over here.
Oh, yeah.
I know more than you think about that grisly fiend. His little friends got a hold of me and managed to get my leg before Griswold pulled me out of that hole. I'll put it bluntly. Kill him before he kills you and adds your corpse to his collection.
Oh, in D2, the healing vendors are fantastic. But that's because healing is like a secondary feature to interacting with them. And they're usually in a very accessible spot, like right by where the portal drops you. Oh yeah, by the way, you pay money to even look at his selection. -2 damage from enemies. That's actually not bad. I'm gonna buy that. Yeah, we're actually gonna buy that. That's pretty good for this level. Okay. Hold up real quick. Yep, that's fine. Okay, cool. I don't remember who voices Word. Can someone Google this? Can we get some Google foo on this? Who's the voice actress for Word? I'm assuming it's a woman. Why do I hate Druid and Diablo 2? Well, see, it's because it's the worst class in the game. So... Yep, you always get one good item from Word. Ever. And that's it. We have now successfully gotten a good item from Word. We got this. Oh god, run. Okay, we're safe forever. He doesn't know how to work stairs. Yeah, you need to have a worse class. Some class has to be the worst. Druid got the short straw. Grab this one here. I'm so sorry, Trihexia. May God have mercy on your soul. Well, that's a good question, Eternus. Especially considering there is no Herodric Cube in this game. Yeah, that's her, Plutonia. That's pretty sure that's her. Just have it there, don't mind me. That's a good question. Who's the best class in D2?
What ails you, my friend?
Like, in terms of design, I mean. That's a tough one. It's actually a really tough one. Because a lot of the classes in D2 have some pretty legit design to them. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of a thing here. There's another way to get through the Butcher. Which we're gonna show off a little bit here. Let's actually leave you over there. Yeah, I was gonna say... I don't know. I'll have to think about that.
What can I do for you?
Where my stuff, please? You. Whoops. Lower here. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to answer, you know, which is my favorite class in D2, because y'all know what that one is. I'm trying to think of which one is going to get the most pluses to gameplay, because that's a question I'm going to have to answer. It's literally going to be a question for the review. So... Damn it, Kira White Noise. I knew it! Sneaking that in there. Thank you very, very much. But I cannot put that towards Dawn of War 2. It's already been funded. So you have to pick something else here. Yeah, Last of the Herodrum. Don't know who that would possibly be. God damn it, Tomb Raider. Why would you do this to me? How could you do this to me? Yeah, what's funny is I'm pretty sure I added it to the queue, and I just haven't removed it from the list yet. Dawn of War 1, Dawn of War 2, and Warhammer 3. Hang on, so we got Hardspace Shipbreaker, Per Aspera, and Arkham, etc. Hello, Terra. What is that? That's way too much money is what that is. Towards Diablo 4. Thank you, Doom Rider. Always and ever. Much obliged. But no thank yous for Kira White. Okay, fine. Thank you, Kira White Noise. I'll put that towards the games I already said out loud. I already verbally confirmed it. It's there. We're done. We're in. There you are. Where you are? There we are. Chris Estrad. Hopefully Wraith won't donate right now, because then I'll have to do this again. That's just a thing. We're just gonna have to live with that. That's how it is. It's just life. So that's going towards Alan Wake Block, the Resident Evil 8, and Guild Wars 2, which I've been playing lately. Actually, my current co-op game with PAX is Guild Wars 2, because they just released a new content patch. Thank you, Wraith, very much. I can't wait to review Guild Wars 2, because it'll be exactly the same as every MMO we've ever reviewed and will review. Alright, so here's the early stuff. It sucks. Negatives, 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 negatives. Okay, we finally got into the good stuff. Positive, positive, positives. That's not true. Tor wasn't like that. Not that I'm aware of, J. Palmer. I also am not able to watch DVDs, period, but, you know, that's unrelated. Okay, so who's ready for my amazing strategy for the butcher? You ready for this? And that's the butcher.
The dead are now avenged.
Yeah, Tor was just... So this is very gross, but I don't think there's any loot here. Just double checking. Yep, no loot. Okay, cool. I didn't see any drop. Oh, there it is. It was behind the staircase. That's why I didn't see it. Not identified. Yeah, well, we'll get back to that. Level 3. Same song. Same deal. There's nothing new here. There's nothing new here. I should heal. Starting to see slightly different enemies. Probably because they're schooling us up for Leoric, one of the other bosses in this game. Let's see, we've got Butcher, Leoric, Lazarus, and Diablo. Yep, nope, I was right earlier. There are 4 bosses. Now, they also have the mini-boss concept, but mini-bosses, by definition, are not bosses. We are starting to see ranged enemies who can actually take advantage of that, you know, great stuff, which we've already talked about. What's the show, J. Palmer? Scroll of Town Portal. That's actually exactly what I wanted. What did you know? Super Volcano. I've never even heard of that. That would depend a lot, because I've never heard of it. But yes, Lacdanon, I think, actually is in D1. I could be wrong about that. Which is funny, because I know several people who saw him in D3 and were like, oh, wow, they retconned this character in, and it's like, yes. Yes, they did. So I suppose I should clarify. When I'm talking about a boss, I shouldn't use that word. D1 didn't really have a structure to its boss design yet. Like, even the Butcher is optional, right? Don't have to go kill him. You completely skip him. But by that definition, I believe there's actually only 2 mandatory boss fights. That would be Lazarus and Diablo. And I'm not even 100% sure you need to kill Lazarus. Later Diablo games would have a structure to it. You've got your act bosses, and then you've got super rares, I think is what they call them, and then rares. And then champions. But all of those follow their own rules and structure and blah, 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 blah. That's all cool, and I like that. But D1 didn't really have that. D1 has the story bosses, and some of them may show up, and some of them may not. And then you've got the rares, which we've actually already fought like 5 at this point. Those are the mini-bosses. And that's kind of it, really. Yeah, see, that's what I thought, Peter X. I wasn't sure, though. I'm not, as I said earlier, I'm not as familiar with 1 as I am with 2 and 3, for obvious reasons. Let's go, just go down. We're just gonna go down. We're fine. We're fine. They're super high level and super geared. That would be a bit of a spoiler, but I will just say that if you're expecting any character in the rewrite to be identical to their character in canon, then you don't know what a rewrite is. It's okay, I plan to talk about that on the Saturday in which that rewrite will be going live. Because one of the things I feel a lot of people don't really understand is what a rewrite is. I can't tell you how many people have looked at a rewrite and said, oh, so what you mean is in this exact episode you're going to change these 5 lines of dialogue. And it's like, no. Oh, this might be bad. We're gonna push a little bit, just a little bit. And we're already done pushing. We're out. We're out. We're out. Run. Run. They can be similar. It depends. Crazy nice. Oh, God. Oh, God. I can't go up the stairs. Okay. We figured it out. We figured out stairs. I am 100% not replaying D1 3 times. That is extraordinarily not happening, Oreo. Despite the fact that you just subbed. I do appreciate the sub. Thank you. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. But no. The only game we'll probably be replaying is 3. Maybe. There's some stuff there. There's some stuff. It's okay, Crazy Norse. It's okay. I know you were trying to kill me on purpose. Alright, so, well, let's just say this. In Diablo 3, I know this is going to sound strange, but Magda, excuse me, doesn't join your party in Diablo 3. I know, shocking. Alright, so let's see here. Trails in the sky. I know, Giga. I know. Trails in, of Cold Steel, or whatever. That's the one. And thank you again. Okay. Back into it. Alright, so we're going to try and drag a little bit, which is simultaneously dooming us, but also giving us a little bit more leeway from the skeleton archers of death. We need to filter out the skirmishers here. Oh god, we need to not be in the middle of that and getting stun locked. That's what we need. It's okay, we have very precision clicks that we can do. Super precise. The only reason this is working out at all is because these enemies, this is something that will return in future games, have a script where anytime one of them dies, they briefly run away as if they had the fear effect. Okay, I believe we have a healing. Yep, we do, right over there. Okay, save. Yeah, I can't wait. D3 is a game that's going to get tons and tons and tons and tons of positives. That doesn't mean it has no negatives.
Too much baggage. More.
Because holy crap, D3 has some negatives. Oh god. Yep, the fear effect. That's why they call it that. The please don't sub to me. Oh god, I've had too many subs today as is effect. Okay, so we're gonna try to get you. Oh my god, we're gonna fail at getting you. These freaking archers. Man. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Run. Run, 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 run. Oh, thank God. No, use. 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 Damn it, J. Palmer. Thank you, J. Palmer. Absolutely, Crazy Norse. The reason we have those kind of categories is specifically for stuff like that. Let's be clear, Diablo 3 is almost assuredly going to get a triple negative for launch. Because of the auction house, because of the way they did the difficulty settings, because of the way they did suffixes, because of the way they did item drops. All of those. Whoosh. Then there's the always online. Negative, negative. Not 3. Not triple. But definitely double. What are suffixes? We'll get there later. Do I think D3 could surpass 300? Frankly, I will be shocked if D3 doesn't surpass 300. D3 might surpass Portal 2, to be blunt. We'll see. So let's see. Super Volcano. And we'll look that up later. And our backup is Ace Combat 0 and Season 24, Season 1, and WoW. Okay. Thank you, J. Palmer. Let's go fix our stuff. Because we be broken, yo. If you want to play Diablo 1, for whatever reason, just buy it on GOG. GOG. That's the version I'm playing right now. It has, I'd say, honestly, only really one issue with it, as far as a technical perspective. But otherwise, it works just fine. Thank you, Nemesis. Always appreciate. I'll put that towards dealer's choice. That's a good question, Blade Jamal. I don't know.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
So there's the Butcher. Unusual item damage, altered durability, plus 10 to strength. So yeah, we're just gonna equip the cleaver there. Unique item. Oh, apparently there's more than one Super Volcano. I didn't even realize. Hang on. So Super Volcano, BBC 2005. Yeah, super low durability. Did you catch that? That's a fun thing. And thank you, Sean, very much. I will put that towards Stray, Spider-Man, and also Spider-Man. And my mouse. There you are. Yeah, that bow does not have a lot of durability. What do we got here? Ooh. But yes, GOG version works well, and again, it's the one that I'm playing right now, so can confirm. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, they have ammo later. Another thing we'll talk about.
For a moment. I have a story you might find interesting.
Quests.
A caravan that was bound for the Eastern Kingdoms passed through here some time ago. It was supposedly carrying a piece of the heavens that had fallen to earth. The caravan was ambushed by cloaked riders just north of here along the roadway. I searched the wreckage for this sky rock, but it was nowhere to be found. If you should find it, I believe that I can fashion something useful from it. Well, what can I do for you?
Music is almost always the game category. But music can be for story. It depends on how the music is applied. I hope you like this song. I hear it every time I come back to town. Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 is a good example of a game getting story music positives. Diablo 2 will get pluses to story for music. To use another example.
Over here. If anyone can make something out of that rock, Griswold can. He knows what he is doing. And as much as I try to steal his customers, I respect the quality of his work. Barnum, now there is a man with serious problems, and I know all about how serious problems can be. He trusted too much in the integrity of one man, and Lazarus led him into the very jaws of death. Oh, I know what it's like down there, so don't even start telling me about your plans to destroy the evil that dwells in that labyrinth. Just watch your legs.
Good day. How may I serve you? Well, a caravan of some very important people did stop here, but that was quite a while ago. They had strange accents and were starting on a long journey, as I recall. I don't see how you could hope to find anything that they would have been carrying. Pepin saved my grandmother's life, and I know that I can never repay him for that. His ability to heal any sickness is more powerful than the mightiest sword and more mysterious than any spell you can name. If you ever are in need of healing, Pepin can help you.
So, random hypothetical. If I got a very serious head wound,
The village needs your help, good master. Some months ago, King Leoric's son, Prince Albrecht, was kidnapped. The king went into a rage and scoured the village for his missing child. With each passing day, Leoric seemed to slip deeper into madness. He sought to blame innocent townsfolk for the boy's disappearance and had them brutally executed. Less than half of us survived his insanity. The king's knights and priests tried to placate him, but he turned against them and, sadly, they were forced to kill him. With his dying breath, the king called down a terrible curse upon his former followers. He vowed that they would serve him in darkness forever. This is where things take an even darker twist than I thought possible. Our former king has risen from his eternal sleep and now commands a legion of undead minions within the labyrinth. His body was buried in a tomb 3 levels beneath the cathedral. Please, good master, put his soul at ease by destroying his now cursed form.
I don't know. Like, what's it pay? Like, I got some stuff going on, you know?
Greetings, good master. Welcome to the Tavern of the Rising Sun. If you want to know more about the history of our village, the storyteller Cain knows quite a bit about the past. The caravan stopped here to take on some supplies for their journey to the east. I sold them quite an array of fresh fruits and some excellent sweetbreads that Garda had just finished baking. Shame what happened to them. As I told you, good master, the king was entombed 3 levels below. He's down there, waiting in the putrid darkness for his chance to destroy this land.
Well, what can I do for you? I'm still waiting for you. I made many of the weapons and most of the armor that King Leoric used to outfit his knights. I even crafted a huge two-handed sword of the finest mithril for him, as well as a field crown to match. I still can't believe how he died. But it must have been some sinister force that drove him insane.
Nah.
Sometimes I think that Cain talks too much. But I guess that's his calling in life. If I could bend steel as well as he can bend your ear, I could make a suit of court plate good enough for an emperor. Hello, my friend. Stay a while. While you are venturing deeper into the labyrinth, you may find tomes of great knowledge hidden there. Read them carefully, for they can tell you things that even I cannot. Griswold speaks of the Heaven Stone that was destined for the Enclave located in the east. It was being taken there for further study. This stone glowed with an energy that somehow granted vision beyond that which a normal man could possess. I do not know what secrets it holds, my friend, but finding this stone would certainly prove most valuable. The story of our king, is it? The tragic fall of Leoric was a harsh blow to this land. The people always loved the king, and now they live in mortal fear of him. The question that I keep asking myself is how he could have fallen so far from the light, as Leoric had always been the holiest of men. Only the vilest powers of hell could so utterly destroy a man from within.
Wait, hell? Hang on. Is there heck in this game?
What ails you, my friend? I don't know what it is they thought they could see with that rock, but I will say this. If rocks are falling from the sky, you had better be careful.
Sure thing, Colonel.
I don't know what... The loss of his son was too much for King Leoric. I did what I could to ease his madness, but in the end, it overcame him. A black curse has hung over this kingdom from that day forward. But perhaps, if you were to free his spirit from his earthly prison, the curse would be lifted.
I find it vaguely funny that Paul Edding is so well known for the Colonel, and yet I'll always remember him for voicing approximately 7 trillion different characters across various Blizzard games.
And a fellow drinking geese? The guy that brings the drinks? Oh, yeah. What a pretty lady. So nice, too. I used to have a nice ring. It was a really expensive one. Blue and green and red and silver. Don't remember what happened to it, though. I really miss that ring. I don't care about that. Listen, no skeleton is gonna be my king. Leoric is king. King! So you hear me? Hail to the king!
I mean, how many of you even remember Gillian, the bartending lady? Because, like, she never comes back.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Everyone knows her, because that line is burned into our brains.
Corruption has the strength of deceit, but innocence holds the power of purity. The young woman Gillian has a pure heart, placing the needs of her matriarch over her own. She fears me, but it is only because she does not understand me.
Or because I'm a demon-worshipping psychopath. Oh, sorry.
The Heaven Stone is very powerful, and were it any but Griswold who bid you find it, I would prevent it. He will harness its powers, and its use will be for the good of us all. The dead who walk among the living follow the cursed king. He holds the power to raise yet more warriors for an ever-growing army of the undead. If you do not stop his reign, he will surely march across this land and slay all who still live here.
Hello, Mike. That's because D3 likes to reference D1. I'm not 100% sure why, but it does. Okay. I hear there's a skeleton king down here. Alright, Jordan. I want to open up trade talks with the skeleton king. Now, in some settings, that would work quite well. Okay, alright, whatever. Oh no, it's the Black Death. I got you, Europe. We'll talk about it when we get there, but D3 spends a lot of its Act 1 being like, you remember D1? Then Act 2 and 3 are, do you remember D2? And then Reaper of Souls is amazing, but yeah, that's unrelated. This is a very dangerous killing field here. Holy crap, we need to start retreating. Holy crap. What's your trade offer? Bones! Hey Mike, thank you for the sub. Hang on just a sec. That's death. Run. Run. Run! Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, Mike. As a reminder, you can put that towards up to 3 things if you'd like to. The enemy with bow who runs away. Ah! Gosh darn it. Did I already go in here? I do not have a town portal scroll right now. Might need to start making that a regular thing. By which I mean, we need to start making that a regular thing. This is why. This is why. Just give me a minute. Just hang on. Just hang on. Okay. Just gonna just hang on. Just hang on. Actually, I need to write these down because they're already scrolling off the screen. So hang on. So we've got Mike 121922. Hey, that's up to them, Bandy Wolfdine. D3. I don't think D3 is fine. I think it's one of the best games ever made, and I anticipate it will review extremely well. I have no hesitation in admitting that. What was the other one saying? It was Pixel Remasters. Yeah, I'm going to get tarred and feathered when D3 scores better than D2, because it's going to. Let's just get that out of the way. I've been very open about that because I don't want people to think that D2 is going to absolutely crush in this in score. I don't want to misrepresent that. I assume you mean Space Marine 2, Lolam Loss? Thank you, Mike. I've put that towards the FF1 comparison block, the FF audits, and the FF Pixel remasters. Thank you, Classic Game Lover. I've put that towards the Metroid block. And thank you, Lolam Loss. I'll put that towards the Dragon Age block, Space Marine 2, and Spider-Man PS4 PC. I'll also say this, and this is much more subjective, obviously. But there's only one Diablo game I enjoy replaying. Oh, thank you, Linnea. I do need to stay hydrated.
What ails you, my friend?
No, I'm long out of tea. I don't like cold tea, so I can only drink tea like when it's hot, and when it's not. Like, this is my tea. It's quite empty. There's nothing in there. Yeah, I've played Diablo 3 as recently as like 2 days ago. Right, there's no bank in this game. There's no bank. Yep. There's the bank. Correct, Lolam Loss. Unless...
What can I do for you?
It's very unlikely that that will happen. Let's just put it that way. Possible. I believe items stay there until you reload the game, aka, you know, if I was to exit out right now, it would go away. Well, let's dupe some gold piles. I don't even remember how to do that off the top of my head.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
Axe has volunteered to do co-op with me in 3. Just 3. Which is good, because 2 and 3 are the only ones that are actually getting the co-op consideration. Since 1... well, you know. Oh, right. I knew there was a reason I was going to Adria. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
And portal. And not the fire. All those. There we go. That's not a...
I sense a
that's
soul
not what that
in
is.
search of answers.
Why is that a thing? Go away. Portal, there we go. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince anyone that D3 is the best game ever. I just want everyone to understand my mentality going into the reviews. D1... like, let me put it to you this way. For the guessing game, if you put a positive number for D1, maybe you should reconsider that. And if you put anything less than a 200 for the D3 run, you should probably reconsider that too. D2, I have no idea. I mentioned that in the announcement video. I have absolutely no idea what D2 is going to score. D2 is all over the place. Yeah, exactly. Diablo 1 is the definition of a first game. It is a test bed. This game crawled so that other games could walk. Thank you, Colgrim. If you want to put it towards something, please let me know. Colgrim liked Diablo 1. That's interesting. Do you mind explaining why? No judgment. I'm just curious. I mean, enjoying a game 20 years ago, that's a little different, and doesn't apply. Chrono Trigger walked so Chrono Cross could shoot itself in the foot. I like it. Another opinion that would get me banned. I don't know, I think I've said this before. The older I get, the more confident, or I guess comfortable might be a better word I get, in giving my own opinion. Not having to be ashamed of it or whatever. So, for those of you who didn't watch the announcement video, one of the comments that really amused me about someone who was replaying this game yesterday was, yeah, it's enjoyable enough to play for about an hour. And that's the thing. D1 isn't that bad yet. We're still in the first tile set. A lot of games, I know I said that in the announcement video, a lot of games are like that. Where it's fun, or interesting, or at least tolerable to replay a portion of the game, and then you get further into it. Even D2 has that problem, in my opinion. I cannot tell you how many times I've replayed D2 and stopped the moment I hit Act 3, because it was Act 3. Oh my god. Click that. Just praying for some potion luck. No joy there. We got one more potion. Here, let's grab a save. Let's see what we do here. Let's see what we can do. Because these are range. Okay, well, we got this. We'll pull some zombies through the door here. Come here. And then we'll just kind of move. We got another zombie. Come here, zomboy. Come here. Okay, now we're gonna scooch over here. You know what? I actually agree with you, Alex. Yeah, nostalgia. No offense, humanization. Sorry, I don't mean to start that sentence like, nostalgia's dumb! No, what I mean is, nostalgia absolutely plays a part in how much we enjoy games, but nostalgia has no place in the review. In any direction. Ow, 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 ow. Right. Music while we're here. Ahem, sorry. Yeah, no, the thing is, the reason that I'm glad that Alex just pointed out that this audio spam is bad in this game is because I don't notice it. Now, that's not because it's good or tolerable or acceptable. It's because I've played this game before. And so I've already got that mental part of my brain that's just kind of putting that blanket over it. You know what I mean? I'm not hearing it because I'm not hearing half the game at this point. I couldn't even tell you the fact that it's been replaying the same song over and over and over again since we started playing several hours ago. Well, that and Tristram, obviously. Obviously. Corner here. Just take a second. Okay, nope, that's cool. You'll just shoot me through the wall. That's very acceptable. See, I have, dang it. I have worked retail during the holidays. So I learned that skill at a pretty young age. You got it, Colgrim. I'll put it towards God of War 5. Give me a moment. Yeah, for those of you out there who ever worked retail during the holiday season, you know what I mean. And if you haven't, you should probably do it at least once in your life. No, I mean that. I've talked about this before. Everybody should probably do at least one stint of working in fast food and working in retail. Just, you know, get a little bit of an understanding on what's going on the other side of that bench, or not the bench, the counter, on the other side of that counter. You know, a little bit of sympathy, a little bit of empathy. Because holy crap. Granted, I'm not someone who's ever had problems with empathy or sympathy, but I'll tell you what, that was eye-opening. You know, that's true, Blade Travel. That's an interesting way to put that. As punishment? Oh, I get you. I was like, no, but I get you. For people who are already being abusive towards people who work in retail. Not a terrible idea, actually. We're gonna be a little cautious here. We're just gonna pop that now. Because, yeah, that's a mouse. Okay, we're out. Run. Yep. Anyways. I don't remember how long I did retail. Okay, this should be far enough. So we specifically grabbed all these things so we could do this. So anyways, I don't know if you know me, Bandy. Bandy Wolfdone. But I like to distinguish between grind and leveling. And it's actually a really, really easy distinguishment. Grind is when you don't enjoy it. Leveling is when you do. Because grind and leveling apply to more than just gaining experience, right? Maybe it's farming items, or maybe it's trying to get a specific result on an RNG poll, you know? Something like that. There's all sorts of examples of that. So grab that. Favorite class in the Diablo series? That's a tough question. I'll have to think about that. But see, that's just inhuman, Surura. Nobody should ever have to work at a cold call center. In fact, cold calling should actually be illegal. Now, if you're in chat right now thinking, isn't it? Yeah, that's the problem. Anyways. But I don't want to get into that topic. That's a whole other thing. So grind is a repetitive task that you don't enjoy. Leveling is a repetitive task that you do. And you're probably thinking, well, what's the difference? Well, the difference is only one thing. You. Only you can determine whether it's grind or leveling, as I've said many, many times.
Well, what can I do for you?
Spend some gold. There we go. Grind being a sign of the loop not being your thing? Absolutely. If you are finding something that arguably, that is to say functionally, doesn't have grind to it, but you find it grindy, it's probably because you're just not enjoying the gameplay. You're not into it, right? Which is fine. That's life. Yeah, wow, vanilla. Oh god. Oh god. Vietnam flashbacks. Okay, we're okay. We're okay.
What ails you, my friend?
Class potions while we're here. Also, could you heal me? Thanks. Thanks, appreciate you. Alright. The example I used to go with is Final Fantasy VII, because I used to enjoy leveling in that game, raising my materia, you know. I liked that, it was cool. But that's the distinction. I enjoyed it. Well, that's different, Dakota. That's actually a completely separate category from grind and leveling. Come on. There we go. Much better. Much better. Did I repair? I meant to repair. I repaired. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. Still leaning towards just one negative for durability at the moment. Archers are the worst. Unless you're playing a mage, in which case they're the best. And you know why? Well, you see, there's this spell called Flame Wall. No, I get what you mean, Dakota, but I mean, in terms of review and game design, I usually put that under itemization. Because, you know, that's where that lies. That stuff's just nonsense. But I get your point. I don't off the top of my head, no. Crazy Horse, sorry. Yeah, then Flame Wave. Now that I feel bad for you on Sarura. Because the previous one, you're clearly just pure evil, right? Like, only a pure evil person would ever work at a call center, right? Jesus Christ, just getting interrupted on that one by some bad rolls. But, having to work as a substitute, oh. Good morning, Walker. I already grabbed it. Alright. I think we've swept 3. Worgen or Goblin starting zone? Oh, that's tough. Those are both excellent starting zones. I don't know. I don't know. That's tough. 36 hours. That's actually longer than I would expect. Oh, you meant WoW Classic. Yeah, okay, that tracks. That tracks. I mean, Goblin... The tone between Goblin and Worgen is completely different, but you know me, I don't care. I'm just trying to think of which one's better. And I'll have to decide that because we'll review them someday. Oh, right. This nonsense. I remember now why I retreated back to 3. Okay, hang on. Let's deal with this first. Okay, now run. Run. I am...
Carry anymore.
Really? What? Wow. I was joking, obviously, Sarura. I don't cast shade or aspirations or negativity or whatever. I'm not trying to put you down. How do you phrase that? So speaking of limited inventory size, someone earlier was talking about how you don't have inventory size in D3. To which I point to that nonsense. It's actually pretty limited in D2 as well. I don't know why they limited so much. Actually, I know exactly why they limited so much. It's because they want you to go back and forth between town and you know, the dungeon a lot, which is a little frustrating. Let's start with a little bit, just a tiny bit of juggling. We actually probably have... Yeah, let's do this. Oh, dude, we're gonna give so many positives to the fast travel system in D3. Holy crap. Hey, Mockingburns, how you doing? Are you out of the location you were in yet? It's... I don't know how long-term that is, and you were in there for a while, and... Look, I'm allowed to worry, okay? Wait, no, I should be a typical streamer. Don't you dare overshare. There we go, okay. Garbad!
No hurt, no kill, keep alive.
Okay, yep, I'll be back. No hurt, no kill. Garbad at the Roxbury. We've all heard it. Fingers crossed, Mockingbirds. In a good way. Hoping for good outcome. I'm just gonna say it that way. Is that generic enough? God damn it. Look, Crazy Horse. All I'm saying is that big streamers are garbage. You shouldn't watch them, you should watch me instead. See, the idea here is we create an economy of viewership, right? So, people are like, oh, watch them, but there's too many people. So then they go watch them, and there's too many people. So then they go watch them, and there's just this flow, you know? And that way everybody gets to watch all sorts of things, and everybody gets their chance. Instead of, you know, what actually happens in Twitch, which is more like stagnation. I cannot tell you how ridiculous it is if you zoom out the camera and look at it from a long-term perspective. How much certain streamers just sort of take 99% of the viewership on Twitch, and then there's the rest of us. 99% might actually be lowballing it. So. Voice acting.
Take heed and bear witness to the truths that lie herein, for they are the last legacy of the Horadrim. There is a war that rages on even now, beyond the fields that we know, between the utopian kingdoms of the high heavens and the chaotic pits of the burning hells. This war is known as the Great Conflict, and it has raged and burned longer than any of the stars in the sky. Neither side ever gained sway for long, as the forces of light and darkness constantly vie for control over all creation.
When the conflict between angels and demons falls upon mortal soil, it is called the Sin War.
Something for you I am making. Again, not kill Garbad. Live and give good. You'll take this as proof I keep word.
Alright, what'd you get me? I don't know, do you think we should let him live? Oops. I really didn't mean to do it. Fine, fine. I mean, Garbad's a good dude. He's cool. I mean, he's obviously Kane's brother. You can tell by the voice.
Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen.
We're doing a genocide run. Well, considering the state of Tristram in 2 and 3, that was at least a net profit. It's okay, Colgrim. We must kill in the name of the Emperor.
What ails you, my friend?
No, Savacom. In fact, D1's ending is so nonsensical that they didn't even know what it meant when they were making it. Not a joke.
Something for you I am making. Again, not kill. Something.
I swear you could trigger it immediately. Alright, whatever. No, Fife. I have been busy for the last week, being a combination of sick and very busy. I had to finish the Diablo rewrite after all. Yeah, whatever you do, don't jab a crystal into yourself. It never works out well. Just ask Lazarus. Or Talrasha. Or Sankakur. Okay, surely you'll see some part of the premiere, right, Savacom? Like, because the announcement video is going live at, I think, like 2 in the morning your time. How do you have to open and close Sonicom? Speaking of someone who used to be a closing manager, what the crap? That's not a small job. Stop shooting me! God! I mean, I've worked 16-hour shifts, too. They suck. But still. Ugh. You ever have one of those things where you look back at something that you have done, that you have successfully accomplished? Like, it's already done. It's in your past. And you just stare at it like, how the hell did I do that? How did I manage that? The rewrite, so I've been kind of coy about it, Jay Palmer, but yes, the Diablo 1 rewrite, I don't know why I said that. The Diablo, not 1, but all of the series rewrite will be going live on April 1st. There'll be an announcement video also on April 1st. I mean, I was sharing stories with a friend recently about how many times I have I should have died. You know, with the advantages of hindsight and information. It's like, yeah, I shouldn't have survived that. How did you? Luck. That's the idea. So, I'll talk about this on the April Fool's stream, which we'll be doing leading up to, you know, the eventual release. Oh, there you are. But, the idea has been for literal years now to do a release of one of the rewrites on April Fool's. The reason why is because that's kind of the joke. Ha ha, Lore Runner's doing a rewrite of... Oh, it's actually coming out. Oh, okay. Like, that's the whole point of that. As I've said many times, the joke I tend to prefer most is the one that's actually true. So there will be a big April Fool's video on April Fool's, and then that video will also happen to be announcing the rewrite, and then I'll do the stream some hours later. And then after the stream, the rewrite will go live, and I'll be in chat and sharing and discussing with it as we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on. There we go. Get the archer. The archer is the real threat. It's Enterprise all over again. Anybody here ever play Secret of Mana? I swear it's relevant. Damn it, Mockingbirds. Alright, we need to get Mockingbirds a SNES so she can play Secret of Mana. Or a Switch. That would actually probably be a little bit easier. So, Psalm has this interesting little quirk to it. You know that game extraordinarily well because I've played it way too many times. Anyways, Psalm has a quirk to it. The further you get into the game, based on a couple of variables, including your level, the higher chance that any chest you open is trapped instead of actually containing something good. Now, part of the reason they do this is because you get a spell which identifies the trap, but what I mean by identifies is it makes it so the trap is safe. You cast Identify on a chest, it's guaranteed to actually have loot in it. Right? That's how you loot stuff. The reason I bring all of that up is I don't actually know this for certainty, but I wonder if Diablo 1 has a similar system, because I've felt many times that the further into the game you get, the more likely it is that barrels or sarcophagi or rocks or chests or whatever have a trap attached to them. You know? And I don't know. I don't know this game that well. But it wouldn't surprise me. Oh my god! That's the Nope Room. That's that room's name now. That is the Nope Room. Yeah, I think we're just gonna move on. I think we're just gonna go to the next floor. So.
The smell of death surrounds me.
This is now, the next tile set, finally. The Catacombs, I think, is this one? What was in the Nope Room? Well, here, I'll go show you now that we've saved and gone further down. It's okay, we'll finally play a different song. So we've now gotten up to our third song of the game. Oh god, and we're dead. That would make sense, Aurora. The fire was me. Oh, hey, good luck. You know what? I'm gonna take that, honestly. Screw the catacombs. Take the caves or the catacombs any day. What kind? Couldn't see.
Beyond the Hall of Heroes. What?
Okay, can we not? I'm trying to read here. Oh god, we've got goatsmen. Cain's brethren have come for me. And we're dead. Alright, so. Let's go be bored for a second here. Let's go ahead and drag that up here. I like the caves because the lava makes it easier to see. And I know that's such a mundane reason, but it's true. Ah. Oh god. New baby is born. Baby has a halo. Oh god, it's a PC! What do we do? Someday they will know their true task. Oh yeah, we'll complain about that when we get there too, sir.
Oh,
I
what
agree
can
with
I do
on
for
that
you?
point. Got anything good? Actually, yeah. Yep, we've just become a doomed hometown. Alright, well, we've got a few years, probably. Oh, God. Yeah, oh, God, we're in a Capcom game. How do you know? We just had a baby with blue hair. And, like, the dude has brown hair and she has black hair.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
This. No, I haven't, Alex. That sounds amusing. Let's see. No joy. No joy. Yeah, it's the funny thing. Both the second and the third tile sets in D1 have what I would normally consider bad dungeon design. One of them's too dark. That's this one. Like, you thought the first level was murky. Nuh-uh. Here. Look at this nonsense. Look at what they call a floor here. And then, of course, the next one has the maze problem, which we'll talk about when we get there. Archers. Oh my god. I just noticed my potions are no longer keeping up. We gotta upgrade.
Beyond the Hall of Heroes.
Come on! Really? Really?
Beyond the Hall of Heroes lies the Chamber of Bone. Eternal death awaits any who would seek to steal the treasures secured within this room. So speaks the Lord of Terror, and so it is written.
I don't know who this Lord of Terror is. Oh, they knew Mockingbirds. They knew. I couldn't find him, Loner. I sweeped floor 3. I couldn't find him. I mean, obviously I missed him somewhere because that's how that works. So I suppose the answer to your question is no. I am not. Yeah, can I admit... Don't mind me. One of my biggest weird complaints about this series is, and always has been, the excessive amount of import that... Jesus Christ! I can't move. I can't move! And we're dead. The excessive amount of import they put on Diablo, the character. Like, in lore, he really doesn't actually matter that much. Like, he is a problem, along with many, many other much higher tier problems. Oh my god. Diablo is in Diablo 1, yes. Move. Let me move. Diablo is in Diablo 1 for like a minute, if you know what you're doing, or 10 minutes if you don't. Yeah, they give him the big bad chops literally just because the game is named Diablo. And that's it. It's actually something that irritates me, because that is not a problem exclusive to him or this franchise. And a lot of franchises have this weird fascination with insisting on the importance of a character that isn't. I have to start saving a little more regularly. We've also, if you've been paying attention, we have been not having very good luck on gear. Damn it. Yeah, we haven't gotten good. We're still using the Butcher's Cleaver, which is not great. I mean, it could be worse. We have gotten 2 pieces of armor total. 3 helmets. And, like, obviously we're using a 2-hander, but, like, that's something we got from Wirt. That's something that was a drop. We had a cape before that, and that's it. I actually don't know in this game what deed. That's one of the reasons I started spending... Oh, I guess I have to do this again now, because we just went through that. Yeah, there we go. Let's go ahead and up this 2. There we go. Saint-Cacur, excuse me, Mephisto has a lot better of a slot at being the big bad of the franchise. And yet, Mephisto's overall presence in all of Diablo is practically non-existent. Oh my god, these bats! God damn it, Crazy Horse. You're just cursing me now. No, it doesn't work that way, Trihexia. Mephisto can't plan for the developers of the game to put more emphasis on Diablo. It doesn't work that way. Because that's the problem. Diablo is the big person on the box, the person that the developers, the writers, the game keeps emphasizing. Are demons edible? You know, I hope to never find an answer to that question. Ever.
Not enough mana.
Also, there's nothing in the games to even begin to support that Mephisto has been planning anything other than the stuff that's in the games. Oh my god, bats. I thought I'd hate something more than the fricking bow. Here we are. They really want me to learn Inferno, don't they? See, that's what they should have done, killing you.
Not enough mana.
They abuse the secrets of... Ah, crap. They abuse the secrets, too. Ahem. Can demons die? That's a good question. And that's how I'm going to answer that. You know what's funny is one of the earlier things I decided for the Diablo rewrite is, can demons die? The answer is yes, in my setting, obviously. But, you know, I've written before. Whoops. Yeah, define demon. Define die. I just want to know if they die. Well, you know, it's a little more variable than that.
Well, what can I do for you?
Please sell me some... Okay, that's actually not too shabby. It's expensive as crap, but that might be worthwhile. In fact... Oh, that right there would be really nice. It's over double the amount of gold I have. Ouch. That would have been nice, since I was just complaining about our items being behind. We're probably already seeing some of the item rolls, because I finally started spending some points. I'm not duping gold. First of all, I can't. Probably Xavion. We know the demons keep coming back from whatever, so... But I am going to grab that armor. Because it's better than what I got. Oh my god, it's not better than what I got. How is that not better? Oh my god. Okay, okay, okay. You know what? No, I refuse. We're going to undo that. I want my gold back. Okay, so... Go ahead and pop this here. Listen, Mockingbirds, I'm afraid...
What ails you, my friend?
Lilith is in the Diablo rewrite. That's all I'm going to say about that. She's the first spoken line in the entire video. I'll say that, too. Probably Black Vulcan.
What can I do for you?
Just curious if we got a new... Oh, no, same roll. That's okay. That's okay. No, that is different. That actually is a different roll. Because now that's the Sword of the Moon. Still 12 grand. Still way out of my price range. Of course I didn't Trihexia. Why would I look at that? No, I haven't. This may sound strange, but I haven't really been paying attention to D4 because I have no real reason to. You mean, like, visually? You remember, you gotta put the exclamation mark first, Tim, not after the Q. But, do you mean visually? Because I can answer that pretty easily. If you mean in terms of storytelling, that gets into definitions.
I sense a soul in search of answers.
I am feeling better, yes, comma. I will probably even have a burger for lunch today, exclamation mark. I hope you enjoy John Wick 4, comma. I've heard good things about the series, period. What's funny is... Whoops. How did that... What's funny is Inarius' fate was actually in the books. I don't know if they've retconned that, or if we're gonna rescue him, or what. But that was a... known variable. It's really messed up, too. I don't recommend looking it up, because it's pretty gross. Yeah, very Prometheus kind of a thing. Anyway, so do I prefer Diablo to be horrifically grim dark, or do I prefer it to actually be good? Does that answer you, Tim? Yeah, exactly. And Arias is just sitting there, kill me, Kratos, kill me. I suppose I didn't actually sweep 5, did I? 5 was the level I skipped. Oh, okay. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, Jesus. That... Oh, God. Oh, God. Bravo, honestly. Wow. Like, I know none of that was deliberate, but that... You just lured me into that trap perfectly. Well, it's funny you say that, Oreo. Because they're kind of neither in the rewrite. But that's because nobody's actually fought a real Lord of Hell yet in the rewrite. But I don't want to give away too much.
Not enough mana.
It could be worse. We could be playing the Woman Twister. Then everybody listening would have to mute this every time they were at work or their dads came around. On, what are you listening to? Nothing. Oh, Jesus. Back off, back off, back off. No, no, no! Oh, Jesus. Okay, we're getting cornered. We're getting cornered. That's our life. That's our life. Oh, yeah, that's our life. We're dead. We're dead. Oh, God. Run, 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 run! Holy crap. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, that's just me constantly. Just,
What ails you, my friend?
Who refills my mana? I thought it was Adria. It's obviously not. Yeah, right there I have, 82 health.
Well, what can I do for you?
Just dump that stuff. I need the money. So nothing refills mana except for potions. Sure. Hasn't reset yet. Okay, so here, just to demonstrate really quick. Hang on. By real quick, I mean give me 7 years to get to the cathedral. You ever wonder if any parent out there has ever gotten really bored of naming their child and just named their child ASDF?
Please.
Your death will be avenged.
Please, listen to me.
The sanctity of this place has been fouled.
Yeah, that's what happens if you're playing a female. Oh yeah, sorry, that was Morena there, who was played by Savacom.
I sense
We're currently playing Aiden, who's played by nobody. Nobody actually voices Aiden in the Diablo rewrite. Sure, Mr. Red, and there you go. You are now voicing Aiden. Now I'm voicing Aiden. Now Bragwin's voicing Aiden. It's just, we can all, every single person in chat is now a voice actor for Aiden. Congratulations. Oh, God. That's right. I forgot where I was. Oh my god. Look at that room. That is nothing but Goat Bowman. Yes, you are now the voice actor for Aiden. Congratulations, killing you. I'll tell you how you play D1 as a mage. You get a weapon that has magic steel on it. You'll regenerate mana on hit. That's how you play a mage in this game. I've actually already seen one of those, but it was a little out of our price range, so we didn't grab it. Oh my god. I always loved looting a book and getting a scroll. That's a lie. I hated that. It's like, oh good, a book, because books were like really, really valuable loot in this game. Are really valuable loot in this game. Nope, it's a scroll. Book of Firebolt. That's actually not terrible. Oh, it super isn't, Tim. But, of course, if you have any negatives in mind, I'm certainly listening. Remember, every negative you give to this game, you gain $100. Now, see, you'll know I've really got it out for a game if I ever go that far. I will pay you to figure out negatives for this game. It exists! Negative to gameplay! How dare you? That's a good point, Mockingbirds. Plus to gameplay. Ah!